The darkness of night envelops me like a suffocating blanket. The only illumination comes from the dim glow of my headlights and the eerie brilliance of the moon and stars outside my car windscreen. I try my best to ignore the growing ball of barbed wire in my gut, but it's impossible not to feel the mess it's making of my insides. It's my fault. I'm driving in the pitch black with no hell of an idea where I am. I should never have made that right turn at that T intersection when I didn't have a GPS signal. That was my first stupid mistake. My second was to keep going up the steep incline solely based on an insistent tug in my gut. I should have stopped and turned around when I had the chance, when I wasn't so lost, when the asphalt ended and I hit gravel, when the mountain dropped away on my right in an endless black ravine and the rocks and tree branches brushed my car on my left. There's nowhere to turn around and drive back down the mountain. Nowhere to go but as far as the narrow, winding road will take me. I strain my eyes, searching for a sign to tell me where I am, but all I see are endless trees and shadowy mountain peaks. I'm absolutely nowhere near the remote mountain retreat I should have found before sunset. By now, I should be working, losing myself in my art and creating paintings that will hopefully make and not break my reputation as a young and upcoming artist. I begged Julian for weeks for a time slot. An exhibition at his prestigious Hudson Heights Gallery in New York City attracts collectors and art enthusiasts from around the state. The works he displays are always a sellout and exactly what I need. When he rang me with an offer for space after a cancellation, I would have been stupid not to take it. He's booked 2 years in advance. I didn't have to think twice when I screamed an emphatic yes, however. The change of date means I have a scant month to create works that will do his gallery and my reputation justice. The problem is, I have nothing. No paintings, no inspiration, nothing. The place in my soul where there was once an endless pool of creativity is as empty as my bank account. Dad told me he mortgaged our family home to finance this artist's retreat I'm supposed to be at. He's always supported me, even if he doesn't understand me. As a drywall tradesperson, he comes from a vastly different world than mine, but he has never questioned my choices or tried to dissuade me from my dreams. He told me when he'd already gone through with the financial arrangement by remortgaging his house. Otherwise, I'd have told him not to. He's put in too much effort to lose everything he's earned, but he told me he'll do anything to help me achieve my dreams. I love him so much, but if I don't get creative fast, we'll lose everything. I wish I was normal. I wish I could be satisfied working a normal job, whatever that is. I wish I could extinguish the all-consuming fire that drives me to create. A hollow ache blossoms in my chest at the memory of a friend's well-meaning words before I left for this retreat, when she told me I should get a real job. It would be easier to rip out my own heart than sacrifice the essence of who I am. This last-ditch effort may mean I'm only delaying the inevitable. Not many artists make it in this world. So many people before me have succumbed to the pressure of bills and the cost of living. Now I'm down to my last few $100s. Reality is crashing down around me. Perhaps I should have taken her advice and put aside my passion for the stability of a regular paycheck. But even as I think that, the barbed wire ball inside me begins to churn. I don't know why I can't let it go. All I know is that I can't. Not when I do have a chance to make things work. My paintings were selling before my inspiration dried up. I had orders well in advance of a year. I earned money, good money, and I don't understand why or how my inspiration evaporated the way it did. One moment it was there, I was punching out paintings, supplying online orders off my website. A never-ending stream of ideas crashed through me before nothing. I woke up one day to find a tiny piece of my soul had disappeared. What was there one day was simply gone the next. Months have crawled by since then. I've tried everything to rekindle that spark, to breathe life into my stilted, lifeless attempts at art. Nothing has worked. This retreat is my last hope, and even that will disappear if I never get there. I check coverage on my phone again, but there's still no signal. I look for a space to turn around, but the narrow, winding gravel trail is hemmed in on both sides. I'm trapped, the road offering no opportunity to safely execute a turn in the pitch blackness. Thick shadows press in from all sides outside the car. The trees loom, guarding the secrets of the forest. I flick the heater on higher when cold seeps up through the floor. I round a corner and my headlights illuminate a bright red sign welcoming me to the town of Willowbrook in white old-fashioned brush script. A glimmer of hope sparks in my chest. Finally, a town. Maybe I can find my bearings and get directions to the retreat from someone here. As I pass the sign, a strange electric tingle races over my skin, raising the fine hairs at the nape of my neck. I brush my face, half expecting spiderwebs to be there, but there's nothing but a fine sheen of nervous perspiration. My nerves are running away with me. Nerves, it has to be that. The road continues to wind, and the forest continues to loom. Surely there has to be a town around here somewhere now I've passed a sign. I lean forward, straining my eyes for any sign of lights in the distance, but all I can make out are the silent silhouettes of the mountains and the impenetrable wall of trees. An enormous black shape explodes from the forest, hurtling across the road directly in my path. My breath catches in my throat as I register the muscular body and loping gait of a massive wolf. On pure instinct, I wrench the steering wheel to the side, my foot slamming down on the brake pedal as I fight to avoid the beast. But the tires lose traction on the loose gravel, the rear end of the car fishtailing as I careen sideways toward the precipice. Time splinters into fragments as the world tilts in slow motion. My car flies over the edge of the road and free falls down into the infinite blackness of the ravine. The violent descent is mercifully short-lived. With a bone-jarring impact, the front half of the car slams into the gnarled trunk of an ancient tree, the twisted branches miraculously catching me. My body is thrust forward by the force of the collision, the impact causing the airbag to deploy with a blinding supernova of pain, exploding behind my eyes. I slump back against the seat, dazed and gasping, as a warm wetness trickles down the side of my face. Black spots dance across my vision, the edges of my sight wavering and dimming as I slip toward unconsciousness. A chilling howl cuts through the ringing in my ears, the haunting sound sending a blade of ice through my core. A thunderous bang drags me back to awareness. I manage to lift my throbbing head and turn toward the source of the sound. What I see makes my breath lock in my lungs with visceral terror. Perched atop the crumpled remains of the hood looms a massive wolf. The beast is easily 5 times larger than a normal wolf. Thick cords of muscle ripple beneath its glossy, smoky gray pelt as it leans forward, its lips peeling back to reveal long, white, dagger-like fangs. "And nice, Wolfie?" I stammer weakly, my voice little more than a tremulous whisper as I stare into those amber eyes. The wolf's nostrils flare as it catches the scent of my blood. A bone-rattling growl rumbles from its chest. Paralyzed by raw fear, I can do nothing but watch in helpless horror as the monstrous creature leans closer to sniff at me through the shattered windshield. Its jaws part, and the growl becomes a loud snarl that raises the hairs on my nape. Then, with an explosive burst of movement, those terrible jaws launch toward me, shattering what little remains of the windshield into a million glittering shards as the wolf places those teeth around my shoulder. The last thing I see is the wolf's eyes boring straight into my soul, before everything snaps to black.
The cool night air whips through my fur as I race through the shadowed forest, my powerful wolf form reveling in the exhilaration of the hunt. Though Mitch is my alpha and closest friend, there are times when I crave the solitude and untamed freedom of running these ancient woods alone. Tonight is one of those nights. Ever since the feral nearly killed Sarah, Mitch's human mate, Mitch and I have been on high alert, tirelessly patrolling the borders of our territory to ensure the safety of our pack. So far, there have been no other sightings or intrusions to speak of, and the intricate wards woven by Aria, the witch who dwells deep in our packland forest, have held firm. Thank the goddess, she's fixed the ward that was broken on our border with the Iron Jaw pack. I can't help the rumbling growl that vibrates through my chest at the thought of their alpha, Jonah Cooper. There's no love lost between our packs. I wouldn't put it past him to be behind these recent feral incursions, though Mitch seems unconvinced. He wants facts before he faces off against Jonah, so it's facts I'll try to find for him. I'll do anything to keep our pack safe and the mate he's just found. I'm truly happy for him. Finding Sarah, recognizing her as his destiny-bound partner, was nothing short of a miracle that quite literally saved his life. I try to ignore the mix of joy and envy that follows me when I see them together, but only because I wish it was me with my mate in my arms. I can't deny the hollow ache that blossoms in my own chest, an emptiness, a yearning for that other half of my soul that remains elusive. As a wolf shifter, a mate is so much more than just a romantic partner. She is the light that guides male shifters home, the energy that grounds our being in a way the human world could never comprehend. Without a precious feminine force to counterbalance my beast, the struggle to maintain control will grow harder, until one day I won't be able to come back. I've witnessed too many of our kind surrender to their animals and descend into ferals themselves. A fate that more and more of our males are stepping closer to every day. Over the last 2 decades, the rate of finding our fated mates has dropped to nothing. That's what makes Sarah nothing short of miraculous. With their mating comes fresh hope that we won't have to move to other packlands or out into the human world to find our other half. Yet the ache of emptiness inside me grows more profound. I can't escape the sinking despair, the nagging conviction that I may be one of the unfortunates who will be doomed. I put on an extra burst of speed, relishing the burn of exertion in my haunches as I sail effortlessly over a fallen trunk. I need this. The freedom to simply be, unburdened by the responsibilities and burdens of pack life and my own future. A strange, unfamiliar scent suddenly tickles my nostrils, its foreign muskiness setting my hackles on edge. A low growl reverberates from my throat as my wolf immediately pinpoints an unknown wolf. Without a second thought, I pivot and bound off in pursuit, adrenaline thrumming hotly through my veins. The deeper I plunge into the forest, the stronger the scent becomes, unmistakably wolf, but not any of my long-toothed pack brothers. My lips peel back from my fangs in a snarl as the realization hits me. This is the stench of a feral. Putting on an extra burst of speed, I streak through the shadowed trees. At last, I catch sight of him darting through the trees. I kick my pursuit into high gear, tearing after the feral as it races deeper into the forest, toward the edge of our packlands. Whoever he is, I need to catch him. We need to know why they're invading our packlands. To do that, I must contain him and keep him alive. Forcing my legs to pump even harder, I give chase with everything I have, bristling with fury. I bolt after him, but he's as fast as I am. He changes direction and heads toward one of the back roads that snake up the mountain toward the main town of Willowbrook. There's no way I'll let him set paw in that direction. A fierce snarl rips from my maw, and I give chase. The feral yips and crashes away through the underbrush until he erupts through the tree line and onto the road as a car turns a corner. The feral darts in front of the car, its black mottled fur lit bright by the car's headlights. The driver reacts, wrenching the steering wheel in a desperate bid to avoid striking the beast. But the maneuver proves futile, the tires losing traction on the slippery surface. I glimpse a pale face framed with long brunette hair, eyes flared in panic before the car fishtails wildly, careening sideways until its rear quarter panel clips the rocky embankment. For a fraction of a second, it teeters on the edge, and then gravity finally exerts its hold, toppling the vehicle over the precipice in a shower of gravel and scraping metal. I reach the edge just in time to see the car plummeting into the shadowy ravine, only to be abruptly caught on the gnarled branches of a tree growing from the steep incline. The smell of fresh blood slams into my senses like a physical blow, thick and coppery. The woman is hurt. All thoughts of the fleeing feral vanish in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, I coil my haunches beneath me and launch from the edge, soaring across the expanse in a few powerful strides before landing with a bone-jarring thud atop the mangled hood. The shattered windshield sags inward, cracks spidering across the surface. I lean in cautiously, peering through the remaining shards of glass to gauge her injuries when an intoxicating, uniquely feminine scent fills my lungs, and in an instant, I recognize who she is. The world shifts, every nerve in my body crackles with electric energy, a euphoric haze of rightness and completeness like I've never experienced crashes over me in waves. Mate. Line. This woman is my mate, the missing piece of my being, my destined partner, my savior, my love, my life. My instincts, so raw and undeniable, converge into a single laser-focused objective. I must claim her, possess her, intertwine our souls in a way that transcends logic. A metallic groan of creaking timber snaps me back to the moment. A tree supporting the vehicle is the only thing preventing it from tumbling the rest of the way down the slope. I scent her lifeblood, hot and coppery from a gash on her scalp. Blood gushes from the jagged cut and flows down the side of her face, splattering on the front of her shirt. Her pale blue eyes are filled with terror before they flutter and close. My mate is injured and in terrible danger. I need to free her. Beyond all conscious thought, I react on pure animal instinct. I break through the damaged windscreen and ignore the creaking protest of buckling metal as I carefully take the fragile material of her shirt between my teeth, doing my best to grasp it without tearing the flimsy fabric. Then, with every ounce of controlled strength I can muster, I haul her through the shattered windshield, slowly dragging her limp form from the wreckage of her car. I leap up the embankment and lay her gently on some soft grass a safe distance from the edge. I want to trace the feral and rip him apart with my teeth, but the rational part of my mind knows I need to remain calm. I need to keep my mate safe. I bend my head to nuzzle the side of her face. She moans weakly, turns her head but stills once again. My tongue darts out, lapping away the blood that stains her soft skin. I can't see any other injury, at least not on her face. My gaze roams her slight form to her right ankle, where blood seeps through the cuff of her jeans. I shred the cuff and slice my teeth through her boots to see her ankle is already turning black and blue. I sniff the injury, not scenting any broken bones. A cut grazes her ankle, which is badly twisted, and although that's bad enough, the fact she's still unconscious worries me. My heart thunders in my chest as I gather my precious mate's fragile body onto my back. I'm big and broad enough that she drapes across without fear of sliding off. Blood drips from her forehead and onto the gravel. The metallic tang of her blood scalds my nostrils, fueling the frantic need to get her to safety. There's no time to waste. I force down the rising tide of panic, turn and bound through the forest, heading in the direction of the cabin I've built but never lived in. Once it was built, I never wanted to. It was too hollow, too empty, not without my mate, because I'd built it for her. But now, as the familiar scent of pine smoke and timber reaches my flaring nostrils, reality shifts again in a thoroughly unpredictable way. My ragged breaths escape in misty pants as I finally break through the final line of trees into the tiny clearing. This cabin is now our home, our sanctuary. I flip the latch and nudge open the door with my muzzle before stepping over the threshold. The main room is just as I left it, gleaming wooden furnishings situated around the large hearth. Thick woven rugs cover the shining dark wood floors. I pad down the hallway until I reach our bedroom. I gently roll her body onto the cream carpet and shift as quickly as I can. Once I'm in my human form, I scoop her gently up and lay her atop the downy mattress. The reality of it all slams into me with breathtaking force, and I look into her pale face. She's here. She's really here. Anguish squeezes my chest as I drink in her pallid complexion, the stark crimson streak staining her flawless skin. Her features are delicate. There's a smattering of freckles on the bridge of her upturned nose, and her full lips are slack. Her chestnut hair falls around her face, stained red from the blood on her forehead and cheek. A muscle in my jaw ticks as my eyes follow the gentle curves and dips of her body beneath the form-fitting fabric of her shirt and jeans. She's slim and delicately built, but I can sense an underlying strength, a sinuous grace in her limbs. I have the urge to palm the soft flare of her hips, to trace the delicious swell of her curves, to commit every lush plain and hollow to memory. My breath escapes in a ragged sigh through my nostrils, the heady aroma of her natural scent hitting my throat like a physical caress. It's intoxicating, pure ambrosia that makes me want to lose myself in that fragrance. But more than anything, I want to see those pale blue eyes open and aware, to finally come face to face with the woman destiny has offered as mine. Anticipation is a living thing inside me, prowling and growling with impatience to finally claim my mate. I reach out, letting the pads of my fingers delicately trace the delicious curve of her jaw in a barely there caress. She's so impossibly soft, so tender and fragile. But that inherent fragility is what causes a heavy weight of dread to drop into the pit of my stomach, because, looking at her still and unconscious, it's clear how badly I've already failed her. She needs medical care and attention, and I'm staring down at her like a pervert wasting time not tending to her as a mate should. Not good enough. I'm failing her before I even begin. The gash on her forehead is nasty, the edges ragged and still seeping. I quickly go to the bathroom and rifle through the cabinet, grabbing medical supplies I'd stocked here just in case of an emergency. With trembling hands, I wet a washcloth with warm water and then return to my mate to gently begin wiping away the blood matting her chestnut hair. She doesn't stir, not even when I dab at the laceration itself, soaking up the fresh rivulets of red. I do my best to clean and disinfect the wound before applying a bandage. Next, I turn to her bruised and swollen ankle. I wrap it, making sure the joint is fully supported without hurting her. It's not enough. Not by a long shot, but it'll have to suffice until I can get her proper medical care. My hands are shaking so much by the time I'm done that I nearly drop the supplies back into the kit. I will her to wake up, but her eyes stay closed. Her lashes fan over her pale cheeks, and the bruise around her laceration has grown bigger and has come up in a big lump. There's no telling how bad her head injury is. She won't heal like a shifter, and in tending to her, I might have done more damage. I sink down onto the mattress beside her, dropping my face into my hands as doubt and self-loathing wash over me. I'm completely out of my depth when it comes to a mate. I don't have a clue how to provide for a human female. I cross to the closet and retrieve one of the handhelds I put there. I've made it a habit to always have one stashed wherever I go. No one knows when we'll have to shift, and it pays to have several wherever we'll be. One of my units is back in my cruiser, parked on the side of the road where I left it before I shifted. I check the battery is still okay. I might not live here, but thankfully I come past regularly to make sure everything is in good working condition. Just in case. Thank the goddess I started that habit. I flip the button and hail my friend, Alpha and Sheriff of Willowbrook. Mitch here, his deep baritone rumbles over the faint crackle of static after only a few seconds. I nearly choke on my own tongue before forcing out a reply, the words seemingly stuck in my bone-dry throat. Goddess, Mitch, you're never going to believe this. There's a heartbeat of silence, probably from shock at my tone, then, tell me like it is. I found another feral in the forest. Chased him as he headed toward the Ironjaw Packland boundary, I begin, squeezing my eyes shut at memories of my mate sliding over the edge of the road. Bastard charged onto the main highway and nearly hit my... I can't force the words out past the growing lump in my throat. My mate could so easily have been taken from me before I ever had the chance to claim her. Mitch's rough curse drags me back to the present with a brutal jolt. Zane, do you mean your mate? His words are tight with disbelief and something that sounds achingly like hope. You found her out there? Your true mate? I did, I rasp out, opening my eyes and drinking in the sight of her pale and bruised form on the bed. She's living, breathing proof that this isn't some cruel delusion. But she's hurt, Mitch. He ran in front of her car. It went over the ravine before I could get to her. She's hurt bad because of that rogue Sanofa. Don't blame yourself. This was the feral's doing, not yours from the sound of it. Just tell me what you need and I'll make it happen, Mitch says. I draw in a grounding breath. I'm not usually so undone. Then again, it's not every day I meet my fated mate. She has a head injury, needs stitches, and a badly sprained ankle. I tried cleaning and binding the head wound myself, but she needs proper care, Mitch. Medical skills I don't have. She's still unconscious. I can't get her to wake up, I say. Liam Miller is back in town. He'll know how to treat human injuries. And Sarah? Sarah can be there as a friendly face to keep things calm when your mate wakes up, Mitch says. The idea of my beautiful rescuer waking up to find herself surrounded by a bunch of imposing wolf shifters makes my already gut clench harder. She's a human female. This will come as a complete shock. Having other females here might help, but it still leaves me racked with anxiety. One saving grace is that Liam will know what to do. He's a doctor who lives and works out in the human world, so he'll know how to help my human mate. I thank the goddess he's back home to visit his family. I'm not sure how she's going to take this, brother, when she realizes I'm not human. She's my fated mate, and I'm the wolf who pulled her from that car, I admit. Mitch's answering snort is gruff, devoid of mirth. Just concentrate on taking care of her for now, making sure she stays stable until we get there. Things have a habit of working out. The goddess wouldn't have made her your mate if you both weren't meant to be together. He should know. Mitch and Sarah's mating was no joke, but they came together in the end. I have to believe what he says is the truth. Yes, Alpha, I say, and we end the call. I just pray his confidence in my ability to rise to this challenge isn't as grossly misplaced as it feels, and that my mate's first impression of who and what I truly am isn't so horrific that she flees from me in terror before we even have a chance to begin. Even as the thought crosses my mind, a soft exhalation breaks the weighted silence behind me. A faint noise, quiet and unobtrusive, but one that has every strand of instinct in my body going rigid with heightened awareness. I turn from where I stand in the doorframe to be greeted by a sight that makes the air freeze in my lungs. She's awake. Those pale crystalline eyes are unguardedly awake and brimming with naked terror. Her wide eyes lock with mine in an endless, fraught moment. The scent of her fear hits me in an overwhelming wave, sharp and pungent, like seared lightning. My mouth dries as I watch the delicate muscles of her throat convulse with a swallow, tendrils of hair clinging to the sheen of sweat on her skin. You? She rasps, voice little more than a tremulous whisper, one hand drifting protectively to her midsection. Did I hear you say you're not human? And that I'm... She swallows hard. Her words are laced with dread. Of course she heard my conversation with Mitch over the radio. And now, face to face with the reality of what I am, she's understandably terrified. Instinct screams at me to approach slowly, carefully, to avoid any sudden movements that might startle her further. But my wolf insists on establishing firm dominance from the start, letting her know without a doubt that she's under my unwavering protection. The two sides war briefly before I manage to strike a neutral balance, straightening to my full impressive height while keeping my hands loose at my sides. I'm not going to hurt you, I wince the moment the words fall from my mouth. Isn't that what every good serial killer says before they act? I need you to listen very carefully. I take a step toward her. Just stay where you are, she manages to choke out, voice rising half an octave as she presses deeper into the pillows behind her back, as if putting distance between us will somehow make her disappear from my senses entirely. I'm really not going to hurt you. I couldn't if I wanted to, which I don't. Goddess, I'm messing this up well and good. I take a breath and keep going. I'm your mate. There's no way I'd ever hurt you. I let the weight of the words detonate in the space between us. Her eyes go saucer-wide, her shapely mouth working in mute astonishment, but I press on before she can interject, and I know you can sense it too, no matter how unbelievable that may seem right now. I chance another step nearer, drawn to her like a moth to the flame, despite the very real chance of being burned. Up close, I can see the myriad shades of blue and turquoise that make up the mesmerizing depth of her irises. I could lose myself in their pull for eternity and die a blissfully happy wolf. You and I, another step, the mattress now a hair's breadth from my knees as I drink her in with shameless reverence. We're bound together by fate, two halves of the one soul, together for eternity. I internally wince. That may have been a step too far, even if it is true. That doesn't make sense, she finally says. I steel myself for her shock. It does for wolf shifters. Her eyes widen even further, if possible, lips parting in a silent O of shock. A wolf shifter? She finally echoes. You mean like a werewolf? From the stories? The corners of my mouth quirk upwards in a faint half-smile, unable to resist the urge to try putting her at ease, if only marginally. We prefer the term wolf shifter. Werewolves are from fiction stories only. We're stronger than any werewolf could ever be. My attempt at humor falls flat, her features remaining taut with wariness and disbelief. I sigh, running one hand through my tousled hair. Look, I know this is a lot to take in all at once. I pause, watching as she blinks slowly, methodically, like someone trying to wake from a bizarre dream. When she remains silent, I forge on. Wolf shifters. We're normal humans, but we have the ability to shift into our lupine forms, wolves, at will. She raises her hand and winces when she touches the gauze on her forehead. I take another step, close enough that I'm nearly at the bed. You were in an accident. Her body tenses. I told you not to come any closer. I stop in my tracks when every cell in my body wants to hold her close. You're hurt. A shuddery breath escapes her, and I watch for any signs of her fear escalating into blind panic. I chance another step, and that's when her eyes drop downward, and I realize I didn't dress after I shifted to take care of her. A wave of scorching heat licks along my spine as her gaze drags over the ridges and valleys of my exposed flesh. Despite the situation, despite her lingering fear, I can scent the barest whisper of awakening interest from her. A subtle shift in the air current sends her mouth-watering scent crashing over me. Sunshine, rain, that's what her scent is. My eyes flutter, despite my best efforts, a low growl of pure need rumbling up from deep inside me. God damn, but her scent alone is enough to obliterate what little higher reasoning I possess. My wolf rumbles its approval, smug satisfaction surging through my blood. My interest spikes in turn, hot and sudden, coiling into a throbbing knot of possession low in my abdomen. The urge to haul her against me, to grind our bodies together until she's left in no doubt as to who she belongs to, is overpowering. I envision it, her lush curves molding to every hard plane and ridge, her breath sawing in tiny gasps as I... Stay away from me. Her body jolts, and she scrambles off the bed in a tumble of limbs. She cries out when her foot connects with the floor, and her ankle buckles beneath her. The sound goes right through me, and sinks hooks into my wolf. I shift with an explosion of thick iron-gray fur. I fill the space in a dizzying cyclone of shifting muscle, bone, and sinew until I'm hundreds of pounds of snarling beast, exploding outward to land in a crouch over the disheveled mattress. For a long, frozen heartbeat, we simply stare at one another. Her tiny, fragile human form trembling and vulnerable on the floor where she's fallen, and me, a monster ripped straight from her darkest fairy tale as I tower over 6 feet. At my muscled shoulder, my wolf bares his fangs at the perceived threat, eyes locking on the being he'd kill to protect. Be killed to protect. Her breaths are harsh as she scrambles away from us. My mate is terrified of us. Liquid pain lances through my chest. My legs crumble beneath me, and I let out a whine of distress as horrific clarity crashes over me. We've done everything wrong. Our mate is scared of us. We've blown our one and only chance to get this right.
I blink rapidly, desperately trying to make sense of the whirlwind events unfolding around me. One moment there was an impossibly attractive naked man looming over me, his muscular frame radiating an intensity that set my pulse thundering in my veins. Then, the same man transformed into a massive wolf right before my eyes in an explosion of dense fur and snarling fangs. I can scarcely wrap my mind around what just transpired. It defies every law of science and logic I've ever known, and yet, the proof is irrefutable, staring down at me with glowing amber eyes. He didn't lie, he really is a wolf shifter. I can't look away. The massive wolf is magnificent, a true apex predator with that thick, iron-gray coat rippling over hard muscle. And that rough, dear God, that glorious swath of gleaming ivory encircling his shoulders and framing his imposing features looks soft enough to make me want to pet him. My fingers twitch with the urge to plunge into that luxurious fur. Our gazes lock, my heart skipping a beat as his bright amber eyes burning with human intelligence mesmerize me, and I find the tension slowly draining from my limbs. It doesn't make sense. I should be screaming, running away, but I feel safe. There's simply no malice coming off the wolf, no intent to cause harm or fear. If anything, the emotion being projected at me with each passing second is protectiveness, which is ludicrous given that he's the biggest threat currently in the room, and yet I can't muster up an ounce of panic, just confusion and a strange, all-encompassing sense of familiarity. And then it snaps. He's the same wolf who landed on my car. I touch my shoulder, but there are no teeth marks in my shirt, no wound. He didn't bite me. That must mean he dragged me to safety. The wolf whines. The sound is so mournful, I feel it sink into me. His ears flatten against his skull. He shrinks in on himself, making himself smaller, and I want to hug him, comfort him. But before I can fully process the bizarre compulsion, the wolf stiffens. The fur on the back of his neck rises. He leaps off the bed and stands over me, his whole attention riveted on the open doorway. I follow his glare, my breath seizing in my lungs when 3 people fill the threshold, 2 massively built men, one larger than the other, and a woman. The largest man has brown wavy hair and wears a sheriff's uniform. The other has tan skin and wavy sandy blonde hair, and the woman has auburn hair and startling emerald green eyes. Easy there, Zane. We're not here to cause trouble, brother. We're here to help, just like you asked. The larger man lifts his hands in a universal show of calming. Zane, the man's name is Zane? We're not here to threaten your mate, the red-hained woman says. Your mate? Meaning me. The wolf standing over me? Shakes. His chest vibrates with a subvocal growl. Your mate is injured. We're here to help her. You'll need to shift so we can take care of her, Zane, the second man says in a soft tone, as though he's used to dealing with giant wolves on a hair trigger. The longer it takes you to shift, the longer it will take us to help her, the big man says. The wolf lowers its head, its ears flicking back. The fine strands of fur shake as he battles not to attack. I reach up on an impulse. My fingers sink into the lush pelt of his ruff, marveling at the incredible softness. Zane's massive head swivels toward me. For a fleeting moment, I tense, but there's no violence or malice in those swirling amber depths. Only an unbridled torrent of protectiveness and something else, something deeper that makes my heart stutter. It's okay, I murmur, the tremor in my own voice giving lie to just how insane those 2 little words sound given the circumstances. They look like friends. I want their help. The words seem to act like a switch being flipped. One heartbeat, Zane is an immense 4-legged predator whose very presence should inspire mind-numbing terror. The next, ripples of motion are cascading through his steel-corded musculature in dizzying waves, thick fur receding like the outgoing tide to reveal smooth flesh and taut, defined muscle. I can't tear my gaze away, utterly transfixed as the wolf's powerful haunches elongate and contort, shoulders broadening and thickening into the unmistakably male V shape of a human torso. My fingers flex and curl, the pads catching on downy fur, before I'm touching dusky golden skin. By the time he straightens to his full, towering height, one simple motion carrying the virile essence of a male in his prime, I'm spellbound. His expression is severe, brows slanted and heavy over high cheekbones dusted by the faintest shadow of evening stubble. Full, sensual lips are set in a grim line, tension carving the cords of his neck into harsh relief. My gaze skates over the sharply cut V, disappearing beneath the shadowed trail of hair arrowing down from his navel, before I force it away, heat flooding my cheeks. I snatch my hand back, holding it to my chest for fear I might touch him in a way he doesn't want. He crouches beside me in one effortless, fluid motion. His arms slide under me, and with infinite care he picks me up and lays me back on the mattress. Zane's jaw ticks, a piercing stare that focuses on my hand before searing a path back to my face. My wolf reacted on pure instinct when the others arrived. He pauses, appearing to search for the right phrase, then huffs out a low breath. He was protecting you, he finishes simply, those scorching eyes raking over me in a lingering caress before finding my face once more, protecting his mate, as he should. The low thrum of possession in his tone makes me shiver despite my best efforts, goosebumps erupting across my flesh. There's no arguing the definitive statement, not when we both witnessed him transform from a hulking mass of fur and fangs into this vision of male virility standing over me. The absolute last thing I ever want to do is scare you, beautiful. You're everything to me. There's no flowery preamble to soften the impact of his words, and yet they don't sound like an empty platitude either. Instead, they radiate from somewhere deep, a guttural truth he has no choice but to give voice to. The words catch in my dry mouth. My heart thunders against my ribcage, a fluttering, frantic rhythm that resonates between us in waves of heated awareness. Unbidden, my eyes rake over his powerful, unclad form, lingering on the notches of his hips and the heavy length shadowed against one densely muscled thigh. There is a slight hitch in his breathing as our gazes meet and hold. Heat darkens his gaze, growing quickly to hunger. Something too raw to put a civilized name to. I think she's had enough excitement for one day. The red-headed woman interrupts the fraught silence with a pointed look in our direction. I tear my attention from Zane's searing presence to find the others eyeing us with varying degrees of amusement and understanding. I flush, the weight of their knowing gazes making me suddenly, acutely aware of the scant inches separating my body from Zane's. Precisely, the smaller of the men agrees with a nod before turning to offer me a warm, disarming smile. Which is why I'm here to take a look at those injuries. I'm Liam, and a doctor. I can help get you patched up. Would it be okay if I approached you? His voice is gentle and soothing. I answer with a mute nod, too overwhelmed to voice my gratitude just yet. Liam's movements are slow as he walks toward me and sets his supplies on the bedside table. A rumbling chuckle has my attention swinging toward the source to find the larger man leveling a look at Zane. Better get some clothes on there, brother. Now is not the time to claim your mate. Claim? I stammer. The red-hand woman swats his bulging bicep with a reproachful glare. Don't scare her, you oaf, she chides, though there's an unmistakable glint of fondness sparking in her emerald eyes as she turns her attention to me. I'm still getting used to all this too, believe it or not. The wolf thing, the mates, the entire primal side of things. I'm newly mated to Mitch, and when the time is right, I can answer any questions you will undoubtedly have. For now, though, you're in no danger. Zane won't do anything you don't want. This is all at your pace. And since I haven't introduced myself, I'm Sarah, Mitch's mate. Her words are enough to temporarily derail the spiraling panic building in my chest. I've already told her I would never hurt her. Zane turns burning eyes on me. I mean it. Goddess, how could I not even know your name? Aria, it's Aria Winters, I say. Aria? Zane rumbles in a smoky baritone laced with rampant promise. A hot lance of yearning spears through my lower belly to settle into a persistent, maddening ache. This is madness. I can't wrap my mind around this sudden, powerful interest, nor the comfort I draw from him. I stifle the hysterical laugh that threatens to bubble up. Enough talk about mates and claiming. This young lady has had quite the intense day already. Let's get you patched up and settled before we start getting into the heavy explanations, Liam says. I nod dumbly, scarcely aware of Liam unpacking a daunting array of medical supplies. My attention is riveted to Zane, who takes Mitch's advice and reaches for sweatpants he removes from a chest of drawers. The gentle rasp of coarse fabric gliding up those powerful thighs and over the swell of his sculpted backside makes my mouth instantly dry. Even clothed in the simple, loose-fitting garment, he's still all rippling, bronzed muscle and savage masculinity barely contained beneath thin cotton. He straightens, casting me a look from beneath hooded lids. I shift as the coiling ache between my thighs throbs with fresh intensity. Good Lord, how is it possible for a man to radiate such blatant, overwhelming virility while doing little more than simply existing? Liam pulls a plastic container from his bag and takes out 2 pills. "Mitch, can you please get a glass of water for Aria for these pain meds? I have a feeling she could use them after, well, everything." Mitch leaves the room and Liam's gaze roams over my face. "That's quite a gash you have there. Do you have a headache?" Now he's mentioned my injuries, my body flares with the pain that was held at bay. My head throbs and my ankle burns. I reach up to touch my forehead over the gauze, hot pain striking through my head at the slight touch. Ugh, I feel like my head is being split in half. Mitch returns with the glass. Zane takes it before settling next to me on the mattress. He takes the pain meds from Liam and hands them to me. "Here," he murmurs. He gently cups my nape, supporting me to swallow the pills once I've put them in my mouth. "Thank you," I manage when he lays my head back down. My gaze wanders over to Mitch, who is as tall and muscular as Zane, and then to Liam and Sarah. "Are you all wolf shifters too?" Mitch is a wolf shifter and alpha of the Longtooth pack. That's the pack who lives in Willowbrook and surrounding lands. Liam is also a wolf shifter. Sarah shrugs and smiles. "And I'm a normal human." Liam offers a warm smile. "Born and bred in Willowbrook. But you don't look." I shut my mouth. I don't want to make any judgments, but Liam isn't built like Zane or Mitch. Liam chuckles, picking up on my line of thinking. "Mitch and Zane are alpha and beta. Their wolves are bigger than mine." He lifts a brow as he sorts his medical gear, but not by much. Oh, my head is starting to get hazy as the pain medication kicks in. I turn to Sarah, remembering the sign by the road. "We're in Willowbrook?" I've never heard of this town. It definitely wasn't on the map. "In my cabin on the outskirts of Willowbrook," Zane confirms. "How far away is that to Lancaster?" I ask. Mitch shrugs. "About 200 miles. Why?" 200 miles? I'm miles away from where I was meant to have been. How could I have gotten so lost? Willowbrook is not where I need to be. To what I need to do. I have to leave. "I'm afraid that won't be possible," Liam replies with a sympathetic grimace. His gaze flickering briefly to my injured ankle. "At least not for a while. That sprain is no joke. You won't be putting any weight on this leg for the next several days at minimum. And that gash on your forehead needs proper stitching. You might even have a concussion, which means you'll need monitoring for any complications. I can't in all good conscience let you go in the condition you're in. I certainly won't sign off on allowing you to drive for a few days." My stomach plummets, a cold knot of dread forming in the pit of my gut. No, this can't be happening. Not now when I'm already on such a precarious timetable. Every hour, every single day counts when I have so little time to prepare. No, you don't understand," I blurt out. Panic is rapidly setting in. I can't stay here. I have to go. I have an exhibition coming up. I'm expected at an artist's retreat in Lancaster. I have to create. If I don't..." The rest of the words stick in my throat, anguish welling up so thick I can scarcely breathe around it. If I can't create, I don't get another chance. Dad will lose everything. We'll be homeless, and it will all be my fault. Everything is crashing down around me in ruins thanks to one random twist of fate. My mood teeters on the edge of full-blown meltdown. Strong arms surround me. I'm lifted onto hard thighs and settled against a firm, hot chest. I flinch instinctively, only to have the fight drain out of me as quickly as it appeared when Zane's pine-laced scent washes over me. Better than any sedative. "I've got you, beautiful girl. We're going to handle this, I promise you," he rumbles softly. "But you don't understand. My exhibition and the work I need to my horror. Hot tears flood my eyes. I squeeze them shut before they can fall. "If you don't mind my opinion, You don't have to go anywhere, Aria, Sarah interjects, her voice taking on a soothing quality as she moves to perch on the bed. Pushing yourself to travel right now would only make your injuries worse, and being separated from your mate. She pauses, sharing a meaningful look with Mitch that speaks volumes. Well, let's just say it would hurt you both. I know exactly how overwhelming and unreal all of this feels right now. Not so long ago, I was in your position when Mitch came into my life. A soft, unmistakably affectionate smile curves her lips as she glances at her hulking mate, the emotion passing between them so palpable it makes me flush. But he helped me embrace our fated connection despite all my doubts and fears. Now I wouldn't trade what we have for anything. I can't help the way my eyes drift to Zane's face. His gentle hand rubs small circles on my back in an entirely hypnotic way. I'll look after you, beautiful. Stay here and let me take care of you. It would be my greatest honor and privilege. But my supplies... I blink heavily, fighting the pain meds as I struggle to keep my eyes open and focused on Zane's intense regard. At least the ache in my ankle and the sharp pain in my skull are becoming muted. In the car. They could be ruined or... Don't worry about any of that. I'll get everything for you. Just sleep now. When you wake up, I'll have everything here ready for you. He murmurs softly, the vibration of his voice sinking into me. My eyes close and it's too damn hard to open them again. I melt further into the protective circle of his arms. Something profound unclenches inside me. I have to call Dad. He'll be worried. My mind is too foggy to string words together. We'll call him when you wake up. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything for you. Zane holds me so gently, so tenderly, and it's nice. I've never been held quite like this. I don't understand it, can't even begin to rationalize the trust blossoming within me. All I know is that some deeper, more primal aspect of my subconscious is purring in contentment. It makes no sense, and yet, at the same time, it's definitely there. But as the black velvet depths of oblivion reach to swallow me, a faint, insistent voice whispers that this is just an illusion, that letting my guard down is madness. I shouldn't trust anyone, least of all a man who turns into a wolf.
Liam works with deft, practiced efficiency as he deftly knots the final stitch and snips the excess thread. The gash along Aria's hairline is now a neat row of tiny black stitches, the inflamed skin already beginning to knit itself back together. I eye the handiwork with a critical gaze, unable to suppress the fleeting snarl that pulls at the corners of my mouth. Don't even think about starting down that guilt spiral. What happened was in no way your fault, brother. It could have been so much worse if you weren't there. What matters now is keeping your mate safe and on the road to recovery, not wasting energy on unproductive self-recrimination. Understood? Mitch says. I want to argue, to say that I've failed on so many levels, but there's no denying his wisdom. I know it's not productive to second-guess myself, yet I still do. Maybe it will just take time to get used to having a mate. Understood. I send Mitch a curt nod. Unable to resist the urge, I reach out and brush the pad of my thumb over the delicate contours of Aria's cheekbone. I never thought fate would bless me. I half expect to wake up and find this is all a dream. Liam finishes dressing Aria's head wound and then binds her badly sprained ankle. At least my mate is sleeping and blissfully unaware of being poked and prodded. Her limb is covered in black and blue bruises and my heart punches painfully in my chest. Mitch is right. This could have been so much worse. My mate could be dead at the bottom of the ravine. My wolf snarls and paces inside me. Get feral, kill feral. His thoughts mirror mine. I have his scent now, and if I catch even a whiff of it, I'll be able to track him. This time, I won't stop for anything. Liam levels me with a stern stare. I've done what I can. She doesn't have wolf healing abilities, so she'll need to keep off that ankle for at least a week. He holds out 2 bottles. If she's in too much pain, get her to take the white pills again, but keep in mind they'll send her to sleep. If she's not, these other ones will allow her to stay alert and pain-free. Thank you, Liam. I'm grateful he knows how to treat humans. There's not much work for a wolf shifter healer to normally have to contend with, which I know is why he left Willowbrook for Chicago. Mitch's brow is furrowed in a deep scowl as he paces the length of the room, the agitated sway of his shoulders and the clipped cadence of his strides betraying the turmoil churning within our alpha. When his gaze finally meets mine, I can see the naked concern burning in those pale blue depths. We need to figure out where the hell that feral came from and if there are more slinking around out there. His eyes narrow fractionally, flicking toward Aria's sleeping form with an intensity that makes the fine hair on the back of my neck lift in instinctive response, then settle on his mate. I hope this is nothing more than a coincidence, that a feral appears when one of us meets our fated, but it's too important not to check everything out. My hackles rise, every predatory instinct blazing to snarling life at the implication that Aria was somehow targeted. A low, rumbling growl builds in my chest before I can leash it. "Do you think it's more?" Sarah asks, her startled gaze tracking from me to Mitch. Mitch crosses to his mate and winds his arms around her. "You're too precious to leave anything to guesswork." But how could anyone know when a fated mate has come to Willowbrook? In Aria's case, it must only have been a matter of minutes, Sarah says. Mitch rakes his fingers through his hair. I don't know, it sounds too soon, but Willowbrook hasn't seen a fated mate in 20 years, and suddenly we have two appear within months. I hope it's nothing. I hope it's fate working in its own time, but if it's not, I need to get back out there, I grate out. See if I can pick up his scent, figure out if I've missed anything. Would you mind staying for a while, Sarah? Of course. I'll stay here and make sure she's sleeping just fine. Take care of yourself out there. I know what it felt like to be taken by a feral. She shudders and Mitch's face tightens. I don't want that for anyone else. The cruiser's engine rumbles to life, the rugged all-terrain tires kicking up plumes of loose gravel as Mitch swings us onto the narrow mountain road. My gaze remains locked on the dense tangle of forest whipping past the window, every fiber of my being urging me to simply abandon the vehicle and take off running on four paws. Mitch navigates the switchbacks with a smooth, practiced hand, honed from years of patrolling our territory. Neither of us speaks, the only sound the crunch of stone beneath the truck's tires and the roar of the engine under the hood. My wolf prowls restlessly beneath my skin, the beast's instincts straining toward the promise of a fresh hunt. I can feel its growing agitation, coiled tight and primed to explode at the first scent of the feral. A warning growl rumbles up from the depths of my chest. Mitch shoots me a sidelong glance from the driver's seat but remains silent, no doubt sensing the edge of violence simmering beneath the surface of my control. I grit my teeth hard enough to grind my molars, fighting to subdue the rising tide of helpless rage that my mate lies injured in my bed while the feral went free. I have to maintain control. As much as my wolf craves vengeance, a larger part of me knows lashing out blindly will only undermine the true purpose fueling me now. The cruiser crests the final rise and the ravine leading down to the crash site stretches out before us. Mitch downshifts, guiding us to a careful stop before killing the engine, leaving the two of us to stare down into the darkened abyss. "She went over right there," I growl as I unbuckle myself and shove the door open. Thank the goddess that tree caught the front end and kept her from... The words fail me, throat working as my gaze traces the path of the wreckage. Aria's car is nothing more than a twisted husk, hanging precariously in a tangle of branches. The hood is mangled around the huge trunk, the only thing that stopped her car's descent. "Easy there, brother," Mitch rumbles at my side. One broad palm claps me on the shoulder. "She's alive and resting back home thanks to you. And we're going to make sure that feral pays for what he's done." His words are characteristically blunt and to the point, but there's no missing the flint of steel woven into the promise. As alpha, he'll personally want retribution for a feral loose on our packlands. "Shift, and we'll see if we can track his scent," Mitch says. I put my garments on the passenger seat after I strip everything off, shut the door to the cruiser and let my wolf take over. I pad to where Mitch's russet wolf sits on the edge of the ravine, staring into the shadows. His yellow eyes meet mine, and together we leap over the edge to land close to Aria's crashed car. The feral's unmistakable musk immediately fills my nostrils, and red-hot lava fills my veins. The bastard came back to her empty car. I tip back my head and howl, the sound echoing throughout the valley. A rumbling growl vibrates from Mitch's bulk as he picks up the scent trail, yellow eyes narrowing to burning slits. He lets out a barking signal for me to fall in behind him as he surges forward, sleek russet haunches bunching and releasing with each powerful stride. We lope in tandem through the steep angle of the ravine, noses locked on the scent of the feral. But the further we range from the crash site itself, the more the reek shifts and scatters, morphing into a kaleidoscope of overlapping paths and false leads. First it veers off to the north, only to abruptly double back and cut sharply westward. Then the trail appears to split in two entirely separate directions. A frustrated snarl rips from my jaws as I'm forced to pause. From up ahead I hear Mitch's similar growl of displeasure as he too realizes what's happening. Ferals usually don't have the intellectual capacity to do what this one is obviously doing, but a feral shouldn't have had the mental capacity to trail through town and find Sarah sleeping safely in her bed either. I catch a glimpse of Mitch halting in his tracks. His muzzle lifts, nostrils flaring sharply as he scents the air currents for any lingering trace. When his gaze finally swings back in my direction, there's a look of simmering frustration in his eyes. He doesn't have to say the words. We both know the truth as clear as day. The feral is toying with us. My wolf wants to rampage until we've caught the scent again, but we've been out here for hours, and the sky is already lighting with the gray hint of dawn. I can't allow my wolf to go another useless chase, not when I have a mate lying back at the cabin, and I need to be there when she wakes. We both run back to the crash site. I release my wolf form and shift back to human. Mitch follows suit a few paces away, raking a hand through his sweat-dampened curls as he regards me grimly. "Well, that was a hell of a way to get shown up," he growls, mouth set in a hard line as he sweeps his gaze over the wreck of Aria's car. "That feral was toying with us the whole damn time." I give a terse nod. "Seems that way. It should be impossible, but we can't deny the evidence. We'll regroup, shore up the border patrols, and do a complete sweep of the full perimeter. Check all the wards over the next day. We'll get the feral, Zane, and when we do, we won't stop until we have some answers," Mitch says. I let out a steadying breath, knowing my alpha is absolutely right. Caution and proper preparation must take priority, at least for now, until we can work out what the hell is happening. "Let's get Aria's belongings into the cruiser and head back home," Mitch says. He'll be as eager to return to Sarah as I am to Aria. The two of us make our way over to the precarious tangle of metal and shattered glass that used to be Aria's car. My jaw tightens at the sight of it, the unmistakable tang of her lingering fear scent still clinging to the wreckage. A cold lance of dread slices through me at the prospect of what could have been, of how easily she could have been lost to me before I ever had the chance to find her. "You did good work getting her clear of this mess. One wrong move and the car could have moved," Mitch says. I swallow hard against the lump of emotion clogging my throat, forcing myself to meet his gaze, because he's absolutely right. Aria's life was spared by nothing short of divine guidance and my wolf's strength. The urgency to return to her side becomes an all-consuming ache. I move to the dangling remains of her car's rear end and grasp the latch release. A sharp tug is all it takes to spring the stubborn hatch, revealing a compact trunk area absolutely packed to bursting with all manner of canvases, brushes, paints, and other artistic supplies. I quickly sort through the jumbled mess, relieved to find most of her supplies relatively intact. A few brushes are hopelessly bent and snapped, and a large tube of bright red has burst open to stain the surrounding area in a thick puddle of pigment. But for the most part, everything seems to have survived the crash. I spot her oversized artist's satchel wedged against the far corner of the trunk space. Careful not to bend or crease any of the canvases peeking out, I extract the heavy bag of supplies and shoulder it alongside the rest before casting one last look at the mangled vehicle. Mitch is already headed back toward the waiting police cruiser, grim purpose etched into every line of his broad, muscular back. Without waiting for him to issue instructions, I follow his lead and make for the vehicle as well, packing Aria's supplies and quickly redressing before we head back to my cabin. Sarah and Liam are already waiting for us on the porch, identically concerned expressions etched onto their faces. But it's the sight of the smoke winding from the chimney that makes something deep inside me finally unclench in relief. Mitch hasn't shut off the engine before I'm out of the cruiser, stalking up the porch steps and shouldering through the front door. Sally and Liam watch me stride past with bemused expressions. The moment I cross the threshold, the tension leaches from my shoulders as the scent of sunshine rain fills my lungs. I hurry down the corridor to my bedroom and stare at Aria's sleeping form. She's here. She's safe, sleeping in my bed. I resist the urge to reach out and touch her, to make sure she's real. I don't want to wake her, not when she needs to rest so badly, so I content myself with watching her until the tension in my chest eases and my wolf is under control. I hear Mitch, Sarah, and Liam bring in Aria's belongings before Mitch tells me they're leaving and if I need anything to give him a call. I stir when the front door closes. Some of Aria's art supplies were damaged, and I need to replace them. I fire up my laptop, ordering what was broken. I can't get anything delivered to Willowbrook because of the magical wards that rim our packlands. No human would ever find this town, not even if they were looking, unless they had wolf shifter blood running through their veins. So I have the supplies delivered to the closest human town to pick them up. Thin streams of sunshine illuminate the windows when I'm finished. I don't want to leave Aria, but it would be a violation if I got into bed with her. I drag the armchair to the side of the bed and sit as the rest of the world ceases to exist. This is what true serenity must feel like. This all-encompassing sense of wholeness. The only thing that destroys my peace of mind is knowing the feral has scented her and is still out there somewhere. An icy knot of dread tightens in my stomach. I will stop at nothing to prove that I'm a good mate and make her want to stay with me despite the fact I can't shake off that she might be in danger simply because she's my mate.
I wake with a start, blinking against the warm sunlight filtering through the bedroom windows. As my eyes adjust, I realize I'm not alone. A large figure is seated asleep in an armchair beside the bed. I recognize him immediately. Zane, the wolf shifter, my apparent fated mate if the lingering tendrils of memory from last night are to be believed. In the calm silence, I take the opportunity to study him properly for the first time, to catalog every rugged detail in a way my rattled senses wouldn't allow before. He's larger than I first registered, not just in height but the sheer physical mass of him, broad shoulders framed by cords of muscle shifting beneath bronzed skin. A white cotton tee clings to the ridges and valleys of his torso, the fabric stretched over the deeply etched grooves of his abdomen. Lower still, loose sweats bulge between his thighs in a way that makes my mouth go dry. The gray material is stretched to its limits, clinging and shaping every thick, powerful curve of his thighs that leaves absolutely nothing to the imagination. A warm shiver runs through me. This man says he's my fated mate? The possessive word resonates through me with a bone-deep, instinctual certainty that this man was quite literally made for me. An ethereal sense of rightness settles through me, shocking with its intensity. My lips part on a soft exhale. His eyes snap open in an instant, that intense amber gaze immediately fixing on me with laser-sharp focus. It's unnerving how quickly he goes from a relaxed state to being completely alert, every muscle in that powerful body tensing beneath bronzed skin. Predator. Aria? His voice is a low, gravelly rasp that vibrates straight into my bones. Are you all right? Do you need anything, beautiful? A fresh blossom of heat coils low in my belly with his instant concern. I've never been on the receiving end of this type of intensity from a man. I'm fine, just disoriented still, I think, I manage, more breathless rasp than actual voice. Zane's features visibly soften, the taut lines smoothing out into an expression of pure relief. I smelled your distress. Heard your heartbeat kick up, he explains, so matter-of-fact about whatever preternatural senses he possesses. I just woke up. My cheeks flush hotly at the implication that he's so finely attuned to the most subtle shifts in my physical state and emotional condition. It should horrify me, this apparent lack of any real privacy when it comes to him. and yet I find an unexpected sense of comfort, rightness, as if his hyper-awareness of me on such a fundamental level is the most natural thing in the world. Zane's full lips quirk upward in a knowing half-smile, amber eyes crinkling slightly at the corners, with understated masculine satisfaction. In that moment, it's impossible to deny the way my pulse does pick up in response, the pull he exerts over me that bypasses rational thought. I'm just relieved to see those beautiful eyes open again. You had me pretty damn scared for a little while there. Before I can dwell further on the storm of conflicting emotions swirling within me, a dull but insistent ache radiates from my bladder, reminding me of the entire reason I woke so abruptly in the first place. I shift upright, wincing as a vicious stab of agony lances up from my injured ankle. Ow! The pathetic whimper escapes before I can bite it back. Zane is at my side in the blink of an eye, concern furrowing his brow as he looms over me with an intensity that makes my breath catch in my throat. "Tell me what you need." I just need to use the bathroom," I mumble, horribly embarrassed to have such a basic need inspire what already feels like a melodramatic overreaction on my part. "But my stupid ankle—" Understanding flashes across Zane's chiseled features, followed swiftly by a look of inward disgust and irritation, seemingly directed at himself. "Damn it. You're right. That was my fault for not double-checking on you. Let me—" And just like that, he scoops me up into his arms with an ease that takes my breath away, one corded forearm banding beneath my knees while the other cradles my shoulders to his powerful chest. I instinctively tense at the invasion of my personal space, but then his earthy, masculine scent envelops me in an intoxicating sensory wave. It's wood smoke and pine resin all wrapped into one heady, arousing bouquet. My head swims dizzily as I'm surrounded by the sheer physicality of him, the scorching heat of his bronze skin bleeding through the thin cotton separating us. Suddenly I'm acutely aware of every lithely coiled muscle, hard ridge and hollow plastered against my body as he carries me effortlessly toward the bathroom. "This won't happen again," Zane rumbles, lips brushing the crown of my head with each word in a barely there caress. "I'll take better care of you from now on, beautiful girl. You have my vow on that." I can only mutely nod, utterly transfixed by the intensity blazing in those molten depths and the sandpaper rasp of his voice. As far as I can see, he's already done more than anyone else might. The bathroom is as clean and modern as the bedroom, all gleaming tiles and brushed brass accents. Zane eases me to my feet on the plush bath mat, supporting the majority of my weight against his body, so I don't have to put any strain on my bad ankle. "You like it?" he asks, a hint of boyish eagerness peeking through. The change in expression changes his face from handsome to breathless in one single moment. I stare around the exquisite bathroom with naked awe, barely able to find my voice to respond. In the end, a simple "it's beautiful" is all I can muster. "I'm glad." He relaxes and gifts me with a bright smile, as though he really is happy I like the design of the bathroom. "Would you like me to help you?" "No!" The word bursts out of me. I follow on a gentler note when his face falls. "Thank you, but I'll do this myself." He nods and carefully withdraws the arm supporting my back. "Call me when you're finished." He leaves, closing the door behind him. That strange adriftness washes through me when his touch disappears, but I squash it down. Still, it takes several centering lungfuls of air before I can force my lingering focus back to the task at hand. Gingerly, I start to peel off my jeans, wincing at the latticework of mottled bruises and inflamed scrapes covering my exposed skin from the accident. A fresh swell of gratitude toward Zane washes over me as I take stock of the full extent of my injuries, because there's no denying the reality that, without his intervention, I wouldn't just be sporting superficial contusions and sprained joints right now. I might be still stuck in that car, unconscious, or worse. I quickly take care of business, sighing as my bladder empties. When I'm finished, I stand and hobble to the basin to wash my hands. I look at my reflection and wince at the mess that greets me. I'm pale. There are shadows under my eyes. I rub at the blood still coating my skin near my hairline, The strip of gauze covers most of the deep purple bruise, but there's no mistaking the bump or the blood that stains over where Liam must have stitched me up. A shudder racks my frame. I'm alive. I'm here and whole, if not a little beaten up and bruised. I make a mental note to thank Zane both for rescuing me and bringing Liam here in the middle of the night to help me. I feel gross, covered with sweat and blood, and my attention falls on the bathtub behind me. I don't want to presume Zane would be okay with me using it, and there's no way I can put any weight on my ankle. Damn it, I need help. Zane? The door opens and he pokes his head through the gap. Finished? I give a small nod, suddenly aware of how vulnerable I feel. Heat creeps up my neck as I glance away. Yes, I'm fine. I was just wondering if it would be okay for me to take a bath? Of course. The worry melts from his expression, replaced by a dazzling smile that has my breath catching. He moves with easy confidence, turning on the taps and gathering an array of tempting products, soaps, shampoos, conditioners. A thick, plush towel is set within reach. As the tub fills with steaming water, I attempt to undress myself, but quickly become tangled, my injuries protesting the movements. A flush of embarrassment heats my cheeks as I struggle with this simple task. Zane steps closer, eyes respectfully averted. Here, let me help you with that. I tense initially at his proximity, but his gentle tone puts me at ease. Thank you, I murmur, unable to meet his gaze as he begins carefully peeling away my clothes. His fingers are warm where they brush my skin, raising goosebumps in their electrifying wake. I suck in a sharp breath at the tingling sensation, hyper-aware of how intimate this act is, no matter how clinical he attempts to make it. I've got you, he rumbles. His hands are deft yet reverent as he divests me of the last offending garment. I can't help the full-body flush that rises, equally mortified at requiring his assistance for such a basic task and aroused by his proximity and commanding presence. Shame wars with the yearning unfurling low in my belly as he lifts me effortlessly, cradling me against his firm chest. Our eyes meet fleetingly, and I see the intensity blazing in his amber depths, swirling with undefined emotions that have me trembling. Just as quickly, he tears his gaze away before he lowers me into the warm water with infinite care. There you go, he murmurs gruffly, ensuring my injured ankle remains above the waterline. Take your time and let me know if you need anything else. I give a jerky nod, struggling to regulate my ragged breathing as he retreats to the door. Thank you, I manage to choke out, my voice strangled. He pauses with his hand on the knob, those scorching eyes pinning me once more. It's my pleasure to take care of you, he states simply, the words wreathed in promise. Call me when you're finished. And don't push yourself or hurt yourself any more than you already are. I can only nod dumbly, mesmerized by the intensity in his stare, the low timbre of his voice reverberating through me. He tells me he'll be in the kitchen making breakfast, and I watch him go, equal parts flustered and enthralled. No other man has ever treated me with such gentle care, with the exception of my dad toward my mom before she passed away from cancer when I was 10. It's been just Dad and me ever since. Dad never once looked at another woman, telling me Mom was it for him. He was special that way. He always treated Mom exactly how Zane is treating me now. He's a complete gentleman when I've needed him to be, tending to me with a care and attentiveness that leaves me reeling. I soak in the hot water, allowing the tension to bleed from my aching muscles as I savor the simple luxury of feeling clean again. Time holds no meaning as I linger, but eventually, the pruning of my skin indicates I've been in here for quite some time. Gritting my teeth, I attempt to rise, but a sharp twinge of pain lances through my battered body. Various aches and stiffness halt my movements. I try again, determined, but white-hot agony radiates from my injuries. Zane? My voice emerges as a strangled croak as I resign myself to calling for his help yet again. Heat floods my face as humiliation courses through me at my utter helplessness. Zane, I need some help. There's a beat of silence before I hear his footsteps rapidly approaching. He raps lightly on the door, the sound doing nothing to alleviate the pounding of my heart. "Come in," I rasp, my cheeks burning. He enters swiftly, all traces of his earlier teasing demeanor vanished as he takes in my predicament at a glance. In 2 long strides, he's at my side, not a flicker of hesitation as he leans down and lifts me from the cooling bathwater. I can't suppress a soft gasp as his arms enfold me. My damp skin tingles at the contact as he swaddles me in the plush towel with brisk, efficient movements. Despite his clinical manner, I can't help leaning into him. "Thank you. As soon as I can, I'll do things for myself. I don't want to be a bother." His voice is a low rasp that sends a shiver skating down my spine. "You're no bother. Looking after my mate is a dream I've had for far too long." His gaze bores into me, blazing with an indefinable emotion. "I never thought I'd be lucky enough to find you." Before I can formulate a response, he's scooping me up again, cradling me securely as he carries me to the bedroom. My battered suitcase rests on the bed and he sets me down on the edge with infinite care. He must have gone back to the wreck to get it. I rifle through my belongings with shaking hands, desperate to rediscover even a shred of independence. But my body is a mutinous thing, refusing to cooperate as lingering pain and weakness sap my strength. "Please, let me help," he says. I really don't have a choice, not unless I want to keep wearing a damp towel. I nod, ashamed I can't even do this simple thing for myself. He makes me feel no shame, simply stepping in and helping me to slowly dress. His fingers brush my bare skin as he guides fabric into place, raising gooseflesh in their wake. I can't suppress the full body flush that rises, heat prickling everywhere his touch ghosts over me. "There you go," he murmurs, voice a low rumble that vibrates straight through me. His gaze is scorching when it meets mine fleetingly before skittering away. The simple act of moving leaves me drained. Aches pulse through my body. Zane hands me painkillers without a word. Then he's gathering me up again and standing. "You need to eat. I've made breakfast. Then you can rest." The rich, mouth-watering aroma of breakfast wafts through the house, stirring my empty stomach. I stare at the kitchen as we step out of the hallway where I've slept in his bedroom. It's an inviting blend of simple, modern design and comfortable functionality. The sleek countertops and cabinets are crafted from a warm, honey-toned wood that lends an organic, earthy feel. Brushed steel appliances and fixtures add a touch of contemporary flair without them being cold or industrial. An expansive island dominates the center of the space, providing ample prep area as well as a casual dining option with several low-slung stools tucked beneath the overhang. Large windows allow plenty of natural light to filter in, illuminating the space with a soft glow. Despite the modern aesthetic, the kitchen manages to exude a cozy, lived-in ambiance. Potted herbs and a rustic wooden bowl of fruit on the island inject pops of vibrant color and homey charm. Zane settles me carefully at the kitchen table where a veritable feast is laid out before me. Steaming eggs, crispy bacon, fluffy pancakes, and fragrant coffee. Wow, this is... To my horror, my stomach growls. Zane's lips twitch and his eyes light with humor. "Eat, then we talk." I dig in without preamble, too famished to be self-conscious as I all but inhale the food. When I finally manage to tear my eyes from my rapidly clearing plate, my gaze collides with the full force of his. Heat detonates low in my belly as our eyes lock. His gaze drops to my mouth when I lick my lips, and lava explodes in my stomach. "This house is beautiful," I blurt out, fighting a losing battle against my struggle for composure. Better off changing the subject than overthinking what I'm hungry for now. "Everything looks so new and unused. Have you lived here long?" Rather than answering directly, his smile is slow and blinding, full lips curving in a way that leaves me breathless. There's a possessive edge to his expression that should terrify me, but instead has anticipation unfurling through my veins like a glazed fire. "I built it by hand for my mate." His words are uttered softly, yet they reverberate through the kitchen, through me. His blazing eyes hold mine hostage as he leans closer, the heat of his stare branding me from across the table. "For you. Everything here, everything I've built. It's for you, Aria." The intensity burning in his eyes is palpable, searing, utterly disarming. My breath stalls in my lungs as I gape at him, reeling under the weight of his proclamation. This beautiful home that he has built himself is meant for me? My thoughts whirl in a dizzying vortex. Words abandon me. I stare at him, unmoored. What if he has this all wrong? What if he only thinks I'm his mate? What if, through his desperation to find someone, he's picked on the only person to literally crash into his world? I notice my art supplies set neatly against one wall, and I seize the opportunity to change the subject. My breath hitches when I see damage to some of the canvases. Zane follows my gaze, and understanding dawns in his expression. "This is everything I could save from your car," he says quietly. "I've ordered replacements for everything else that was lost or damaged." "You have?" I'm overwhelmed, struck speechless by his thoughtfulness. He's already done so much, taking me into his home, tending to my injuries, feeding me. And now this? "Thank you," I whisper past the tightness in my throat. The simple phrase seems woefully inadequate to convey the depth of my gratitude. "But Zane, I can't afford to pay you back right now for the supplies, or for any of this." "You don't have to pay me back. I did it for you, beautiful," he says. Something tugs deep inside my chest, shifting a plug I never knew was there. My chest relaxes, and all of a sudden words rush out before I can stop them, and I want to tell him, want to lean on him, want to hear what he has to say back to me. The urge, no, the need, is undeniable. "You don't understand. My finances are... There's nothing... My father has already lent me so much money. He's mortgaged our home. For me. He's put everything he has into this exhibition, and I swipe furiously at the dampness on my cheeks, mortified to be sobbing in front of this man who is virtually a stranger. If I fail, I'll have squandered my one chance. Not only will my dreams be over, but my dad will lose everything. The house, his life savings, all of it. My voice cracks as the fear and pressure I've been grappling with finally bleeds out into the open. And to make matters worse, I'm in the worst creative slump I've ever experienced. I haven't been able to produce a single worthwhile piece in months. I'm terrified the inspiration will never return, and I'll have lost it for good. Maybe everyone was right. I should have listened to them and gotten a real job when I had the chance. And why am I telling him all of this? I should be thanking him politely, and then telling him there's no need to give me anything, that we're nothing more than strangers who met by chance. I should tell him that he's kind and caring, but I can't accept any of this. I hope to hell I'm not taking advantage of a crazy person. That would make it 4 people if Mitch, Sarah, and Liam are also crazy. Or perhaps they're all in on the same joke and I can't see the punchline. But against all logic, the words stick in my throat. Swiping the back of my hand over my damp cheeks, I offer a watery, self-deprecating chuckle. "I shouldn't be weighing you down with my problems. You've done so much for me. I owe you my life." I raise my gaze to his, half expecting to find judgment or pity. Instead, his eyes are blazing with an intensity that sears me to my soul. Rather than recoiling, my body leans into the dizzying force of his stare. And why am I even doing that? The way I'm reacting doesn't make sense. I'm battered and beaten, and I'm imagining what he looks like without clothes. Hold that thought. I already know. Zane speaks with quiet conviction and whips me from my inappropriate thoughts. "Forget what anyone has told you. You're perfect just the way you are. Don't ever change for anyone else's expectations. I have every faith you'll succeed." Before I can formulate a response, he's rising fluidly to his feet and sweeping me up into his arms. I suck in a startled breath at his abrupt movement, instinctively looping my arms around his neck to anchor myself against the solid warmth of his chest. "I'd like to show you something," he murmurs, the words a low rumble that vibrates through me. I'm too stunned by his nearness, by the intensity in his eyes to protest as he carries me from the kitchen. We move through the living area and outside, crisp forest air caressing my face and drying the dampness on my cheeks. Zane navigates an overgrown path winding through towering pines and gnarled oaks with easy confidence, as if he's walked this route 1,000 times before. The gentle swaying of branches overhead and the crunch of needles and leaf litter beneath his boots is soothing in its simplicity. My breathing begins to even out, the panic and distress from earlier ebbing away with each measured stride he takes. I love this forest, the rich, earthy scents, the melodies of birdsong and buzzing insects, the clean, revitalizing chill in the air. As if to emphasize his point, a breath of wind stirs the branches above, raining a fresh shower of pine-scented needles down upon us and carrying the distant, haunting trill of a bird's cry. Something in me shifts at the simple pleasures he catalogues, aligning like a key sliding perfectly into a long frozen lock. I find myself seeing the forest through new eyes, absorbing the sights and smells and sounds with a heightened awareness. My turbulent emotions smooth out into a strange, unfamiliar tranquility as I sink into the rhythm of the ancient wood. When we reach the end of the path, emerging into a small sunlit clearing, my breath catches at the breathtaking scene laid out before us. A crystalline stream gurgles over a bed of smooth river rocks, the waters so pure and clear I can see each polished stone beneath the glassy surface. Wildflowers in shades of vibrant purples, sunny yellows, and creamy whites create a lush, riotous carpet along both banks, filling the air with their delicate, ephemeral fragrance. It's both stunningly beautiful and hauntingly familiar, causing gooseflesh to prickle over my skin beneath the warmth of Zane's enveloping embrace. I've never set foot in this place, yet it's like coming home to a half-remembered dream. Zane lowers me gently to a flat, moss-covered rock at the water's edge. "It's beautiful," I murmur. "It truly is," he says. I raise my eyes to Zane's, finding them locked on me. "Thank you for bringing me here." A faint, pleased smile curves his lips as he inclines his head in silent acknowledgement. "Do you feel better now?" His tone holds a thread of careful hopefulness. I draw in a deep, cleansing breath and consider his question. I'm still inside, even calm. I do feel better, but how? How did you know this would help me? How did you know to bring me here? How did you know this was the thing I needed? Something indescribable flickers in his eyes, darkening the amber to burnished whiskey. I felt this is what you needed. He draws a deep breath, dropping his gaze to the ground, but when he lifts his eyes, they're clear with determination. Because we're mates, our bond will bring us together. I feel what you feel, and eventually you'll be the same with me. I felt your distress as though it were my own, and this place soothes me, so I thought it would also soothe you. An unnamed nebulous sensation blooms to life, unfurling delicate tendrils of awareness. Recognition on a soul-deep level that has every illogical nerve ending in my body awakening. I feel something. And yet, surely I shouldn't be able to. Surely it's impossible. I've only just met Zane, I don't know him. Surely what I feel is simply a heady combination of gratitude, relief at being rescued from almost certain death, and an undeniable physical attraction. Nothing more than instinctive lust and infatuation. My gaze roams his face, taking in features that have been carved from warm, buttered tones and sharp, uncompromising angles, along the powerful column of his throat, the blade of his razor-sharp jawline, back to the scorching intensity of those molten eyes fringed by thick lashes. He's utterly, heart-stoppingly beautiful in that moment, all tanned, masculine strength and raw, undisguised power held in a state of simmering restraint. I can't tear my gaze away from him. A flush of undeniable, simmering desire licks through my veins, the jolt of awareness too great to deny. Aria. He utters my name like a prayer, like a vow, that single ragged syllable reverberating through me. May I kiss you? I should be reeling, should question the insanity of kissing him. I shouldn't even be contemplating it, but a more basic need sears through my veins. If he doesn't kiss me now, I'll go mad. I nod, a bare dip of my chin, and watch as his eyes blaze with banked intensity. Then he's surging forward with devastating purposefulness, crushing his lips to mine in a searing brand that shatters any hesitation I still might have. My body arches into him, fingers twisting in the fabric of his t-shirt. A broken, needy sound tears from my throat as I'm consumed by the scorching heat of his kiss, the soft texture of his mouth devouring me. Zane doesn't merely kiss, he lays claim, strips me down with each sweep of his tongue until I'm unraveled and undone. I'm powerless against the driving force of his passion, my whimper of surrender lost to the slide of his lips and tongue on mine. He tastes of smoke and cinnamon and wildness, of home and comfort and he tastes of mine. There is only heat, only the ravenous crush of his hard, unyielding body as he drags me onto his lap, only the toe-curling rush of desire detonating low in my belly and spilling liquid fire through my veins. His growl of possession reverberates through me. I'm drowning in his scent, his taste, the feel of his mouth, lips, tongue. Something shifts inside me again. A hairline fracture cracks, and a tendril of awareness unfurls into my consciousness. With a dizzying jolt, I can feel him. I feel his desire, a need so potent it threatens to consume me. It scorches through me, branding my soul. It's too much, too overwhelming. I can't keep kissing him. I have to stop, have to think. I tear my lips free on a shocked gasp, wrenching back from the force of his presence until the tether dissipates, leaving only a phantom ache where it burned. What was that? My widened gaze meets his, and I see the truth shining there, unvarnished for the first time. You felt that? His eyes widen and a smile breaks out on his swollen lips. He looks happy, exhilarated. Rationality whips through me. I felt him, but it's too big, too real, too overwhelming. Panic surges as the gravity of what a bond might mean threatens to drag me under. This sense of being utterly subsumed, unmade and remade as part of him, it terrifies me to my core. I can't do that. Can't lose a part of myself. Some deeply ingrained part of me rears back, throws up walls and clings desperately to stop myself falling into an abyss I know nothing about. I don't know what any of this means. I need space to think, to work out what the hell am I going to do, and the more I try to think, the more a headache pushes behind my eyes. Take me back, I rasp, my voice emerging as little more than a croak. Please. My stomach roils with uncertainty mingled with exhaustion, the strain of my lingering injuries crashing over me in heavy waves of fatigue. Of course. Understanding flickers in his eyes, and he nods once in silent acquiescence. In a seamless movement, he's gathered me up and begun the trek back. He doesn't question, doesn't push, simply carries me to the cabin. I stiffen when he begins to take me to his bedroom. That's the last place I want to be. With a slight, nearly imperceptible tension lining his frame, he alters course and deposits me on the plush sofa in the living area. There's a fleeting sense of gratitude that he understands my need, followed by a lash of unease, because I know how he knows. I'm so confused. I shouldn't feel anything of the magnitude I do for him, but it's undeniable that I do, and that makes it even more confusing. I'm not making sense, and the headache punches against the inside of my skull with the force of a sledgehammer. He wraps another blanket around me. I shouldn't have taken you out there. I should have known it would be too much for you. I'll get you some water, and you can rest. He starts to leave, but I grab his hand. I owe him some explanation at the very least. I wince up at him, past black dots in my vision that pulse in time with each heartbeat. I don't know what I'm feeling, if what I'm feeling is even real. I'm scared. We've only just met, and I need time. All I see in his eyes is searing vulnerability and infinite patience. Take all the time you need. I'll wait an eternity for you if I must. He turns and strides from the room, and I know one truth is inescapable. Whether I choose to embrace this connection or not, I don't know if I'll ever be ready.
I sit beside Aria's sleeping form on the couch, mesmerized by the gentle rise and fall of her chest. She looks so peaceful, the lines of strain and unease finally smoothed from her delicate features. Features that should never be mottled with bruising. My gaze runs over the thick gauze on her forehead and the wound I know it covers. She's been through so much, too much, and I hate it. It's not exactly the way I'd imagined I would meet my mate. Shaking off the thought, I rise and stoke the fire, coaxing the flames higher to stave off the night's chill. The kiss we shared rattled me to my core in a way I never anticipated. The bond pulses inside me, urging me to claim my mate. My wolf prowls beneath my skin, ecstatic to have finally found our other half, yet unsettled because we haven't claimed her. It took every ounce of control to keep him leashed when her soft curves melted against me, when the intoxicating taste of her damn near overwhelmed any higher reasoning. Only the stark confusion in her eyes when we broke apart stopped me from surrendering to instinct. A low growl rumbles through my chest as I rake a hand through my hair. I can't lose her, can't allow my impatience to drive her away when she's already reeling. Meeting her mate, discovering I'm a wolf shifter, it's too much for any human to process all at once. The urge to protect her, to soothe her fears and shower her with affection is a physical ache. I'm equally terrified of doing the wrong thing, of not looking after her needs properly. As the male, as her mate, it's my sacred duty to put her wants and comfort above all else, even the demand of my own instincts. She's so small, so vulnerable despite her core of strength I know is there, right below the surface. The fact that she came so close to danger with that feral drives me to the edge of control. I will do whatever it takes to protect her. From ferals, to her own fears and hesitations, from myself, if necessary. She doesn't understand the depth of our bond yet, and until she fully accepts it, I'll bear the weight of it. At least until she surrenders to it and links our souls forever. Then she'll understand everything. Until that moment, nothing will make sense for her. Sinking onto the couch beside her, I drink in her sunshine and rain scent, so delicate yet earthy, a fragrance that calls to the wild part of me. My eyelids grow heavy, even as concerns for her safety spin through my mind. My eyes drift shut as weariness drags me under. I'll keep her safe, I promise myself one final time as oblivion claims me. No matter what, I'll never let anything threaten what's mine. Dawn streams through the windows, pulling me from sleep. My entire focus snaps on Aria's form as she struggles to stand, wincing as her body clearly protests the movement. I'm on my feet in an instant. Don't try to force anything. It's okay to ask for help, especially from me. I make sure to hold her gaze as I say the words, willing her to understand the sincerity behind my offer. She tenses almost imperceptibly before giving a jerky nod. I need to use the bathroom, if that's all right. Her voice is laced with a hint of mortification that has my wolf rumbling. Anything you need or want is all right, I tell her simply, the words feeling insufficient to convey the depth of my devotion. I gather her into my arms, cradling her fragile body against my chest as I carry her down the hall. Her sunshine and rain scent surrounds me in an intoxicating cloud that has my instincts rousing from their jumbled slumber. I feel guilty asking you to carry me everywhere, she admits. If only she knew I'd carry her wherever she wanted to go. Forever, happily, I settle to say. It's no bother to me at all. I can't resist nuzzling her soft hair on her crown as I deposit her on unsteady feet, savoring the full-body shudder that racks her slight frame. I'll be right here when you're ready. Then I force myself to withdraw, giving her the privacy and space she needs, even as my wolf snarls in protest. Easy, the more space we give her, the less likely she'll want to run. Because that's what we risk. If we push too hard, too fast, we'll scare her away. She closes the bathroom door with a soft click. Gritting my teeth, I fight to leash the sudden blazing need to run back and gather her lush curves against me again, and end up pacing the bedroom carpet. Her soft call has me jerking back to awareness. Zane? I think I'd like a bath again, if that's all right. I firmly squash down the instinctive rush of lust. Of course. I keep my gaze averted as I run the bath, acutely aware of every breath, every shift of fabric as she undresses. I hope like hell she doesn't notice the prominent bulge between my thighs. Would you like help getting in? I think you'd better. I do the responsible thing and hold out my hand, as she steps into the bath and lowers into the water. Thank you, Zane. I risk a look and see her pale face staring up at me, bubbles framing her slender shoulders. She's piled her hair on top of her head, strands curling past her cheeks. She looks good enough to taste, and eat, and lick, and everything else I want to do to her. I grip my teeth until they creak, driving my blunt nails into my palms to maintain control as my wolf thrashes and howls for release. Just call me when you're ready to get out. I close the door behind me with a monumental effort before I snap and do something we'll both regret. She's not ready. I can't expect her to be. I force my body into submission through sheer force of will. While she bathes, I dress quickly and make my way to the kitchen to give her privacy. The rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee helps ground me as I boot up my laptop with hands that are finally, mercifully steady. My wolf hearing detects movement in the bathroom and her faint call. When I knock and enter, she offers an apologetic smile and thanks me for helping her out of the tub. I wrap her in a fluffy towel, fighting the need to pat her dry with my bare hands. "Can dress myself," she said softly. I try not to gape openly at her adorably flushed appearance and leave the room again. When she's ready, I pick her up and carry her to the kitchen. The scent of her embarrassment stings enough to keep my head clear and not lay her on the bed and do what the bond is driving me to do. "I thought you might want to email your father," I explained, gesturing to my open laptop on the table and steaming mug of coffee. "Let him know you're all right, at least." Relief and gratitude wore across her delicate features before settling into a small, tremulous smile that damn near breaks me. "Thank you. You're so thoughtful." I fight the urge to tell her that such simple consideration is the barest minimum of what she deserves from me. As she types out her message, a frown mars her brow and tendrils of guilt waft from her. I can taste it on my tongue, that acrid undercurrent laced with sour notes of anxiety. "What's wrong?" I can't keep the demand from roughening my tone even as I fight to moderate it. "You have nothing to feel guilty over." Her head jerks up, eyes wide and incredulous as she looks at me. "It's this bond, isn't it? You can feel what I'm feeling," she states, more statement than question. When I give a measured nod, her gaze skitters away as tension rolls off her. "I didn't tell Dad everything," I told him. "I didn't make it to the retreat, but stopped in another town instead because my muse struck when I was driving through." Her despair hangs off her. She worries her full lower lip between her teeth, glancing toward the blank canvases stacked against one wall. "I don't like lying to my father," she confesses in a small voice, "especially when the truth is that telling a lie about my muse doesn't change the fact I haven't been able to produce anything worthwhile for months. If that doesn't happen, I can't paint, and if I can't paint, I won't get paid, and if I don't get paid, I can't." The pieces of her puzzle click together. Her father mortgaged his house for her, and she's consumed with guilt. My chest constricts at the naked vulnerability in her tone, at the tang of bitter defeat rolling from her in waves. I want to pull her into my arms, bury my nose in her fragrant hair, and vow to somehow reignite the spark she's so desperately missing. Would you like to get breakfast? If you don't mind, I asked a friend if she had a pair of crutches you could borrow. Her name is Sally. I thought I could take you to her diner and pick them up." She opens her mouth to protest. "I thought I'd show you the town on the way too. Maybe some fresh air and a change of scenery will help." Her gaze roams the kitchen before catching on mine. She nods. "Okay, that sounds nice." Satisfaction blooms in my chest at her brief flash of renewed animation. "I'll change clothes, then we can head over to Sally's together." When I return from the bedroom in a fresh Henley and jeans, I find her gaze tracking my movements with unabashed interest. The scent of her interest washes over me, and desire ignites in my veins. I very nearly snarl aloud, the beast within me roaring with smug satisfaction. She may not understand the depth of her own cravings yet, but her body clearly recognizes its mate. I will my erection to subside before I give in to the urge to pin her beneath me and temper my excitement. She feels the bond. It's getting stronger. Ready? She swallows before giving a jerky nod of affirmation. Yes, I'm ready. I lift her again, her lush curves against me a special kind of torture. I settle her into the passenger seat and watch her fight a losing battle against the blush staining her cheeks, a becoming shade of rose. I drive slowly through the heart of town, allowing Aria to take in the sights and sounds of Willowbrook. I point out the various shops and landmarks that line the main street, explaining what each one offers in hopes of piquing her interest. Her eyes are wide, drinking in every detail with an almost childlike sense of wonder that has my wolf rumbling in approval. This town is beautiful, she breathes, turning that unflinching emerald gaze on me. Have you always lived here? I can sense her growing excitement, her momentary contentment, and it settles the restlessness inside me. I have, I confirm with a nod. I grew up with my parents just outside town. The words "my parents" spark a new wave of uncertainty rolling from her slight form, so I quickly redirect. They'll be thrilled to meet you when you're ready, but for now, let's just focus on getting you settled and comfortable. She visibly relaxes, and I make a mental note to move slowly, to offer her space and time to acclimate. I serve as Mitch's second in the pack, I explain instead, keeping my tone even and unhurried. As the beta, my wolf is second in strength and command only to the alpha. It's my duty to help protect and lead everyone here alongside him. Understanding sparks in her intelligent gaze as she nods slowly. So, everyone in Willowbrook is a wolf shifter then? Except for Sarah, yes, I confirm, simply gauging her reaction from my peripheral vision. We live within the protected boundaries of the pack's territory, where we're free to shift and run as we please. Is that a choice? She ventures after a measured pause, worrying her full lower lip between her teeth in an endearingly pensive manner. Or are you stuck here, I guess? The slightest hint of a frown pulls at the corners of my mouth at her choice of phrasing, but I resist the urge to take offense where none was intended. Willowbrook is protected by powerful wards and spells that allow us to live openly without fear of discovery, I explain carefully. Some of us choose to leave the safety of the Packlands to live and work in the human world when the need arises, like Liam. Others remain here because they have no desire for that existence. A slight crease forms between her delicate brows as she digests this information. But what if your mate isn't here? She asks slowly, as if piecing together a particularly complex puzzle. Wouldn't you have to leave eventually to find them? You're correct, I confirm, pulling into the parking lot of Sally's bustling diner. Fated mates are exceptionally rare, a precious gift from the goddess. Until recently, no mated pairs had joined in Willowbrook for over 2 decades. Some grew restless, waiting for their destinies, and chose to seek them in the world beyond our borders. She falls silent, seemingly lost in contemplation, as I exit the truck and round it to assist her from the passenger side. I don't miss the way her pupils dilate briefly as my arms enfold her slight weight. I carry her up the few steps to the entrance and cross the threshold. The entire establishment grinds to a halt, every eye turning toward us in varying degrees of open-mouthed surprise and elation. I can scent Aria's growing unease, the wariness creeping in as her gaze darts around the crowded dining room and lands on a group of unmated males openly staring in her direction. My wolf lets out a sub-vocal growl and everyone ducks their heads. Word would have gotten around town that Aria is a human female. They know not to overwhelm her. Only when the awed murmurs subside and curious gazes avert do I allow my features to relax fractionally. Hello, Zane. It's good to see your mate up and about. Sally smiles and moves from behind the counter to greet us. Aria tenses, but if I know Sally, she'll make Aria feel welcome. I'm Sally and the owner here. You'll have to excuse that I know of you, but words gets around fast in Willowbrook. A hint of rose blooms across Aria's cheeks. It's nice to meet you. Zane mentioned your name. I trust Zane has been looking after you well after that nasty accident, Sally says. Aria darts a sidelong glance in my direction that makes my gut tighten intractably. Zane has been very attentive. The approving hum Sally emits does nothing to ease the tension coiling through my frame. I would expect nothing less. I've got those crutches Zane asked for in the back, although I think he would prefer to carry you to the ends of the earth. But a girl needs her independence despite what her mate wants. Why don't you let me grab those while Zane gets you settled? That would be wonderful, thank you, Aria replies with obvious gratitude, watching as the older woman disappears through the swinging kitchen doors. I choose a spare booth, settle Aria on one side and slide into the other so I can see her better. A few heads have poked up and whispers are flying around the diner. I let another growl loose and the conversation lowers to a more manageable level. I'm sorry, they're just excited at the prospect of new mates finally joining the pack. It's been a long time since the goddess has blessed us. So, that's why everyone's looking. I must be the talk of the town. Aria worries her plump lower lip between her teeth again in that nervous tell I'm rapidly becoming accustomed to. Is it really so rare, then, for fated mates to be found, I mean? I nod. So much so that many began to lose faith it would ever happen again in Willowbrook. You and Sarah are, well, the word miracle doesn't even begin to cover it. Sally returns, bearing a set of sturdy aluminum crutches, liberally padded for comfort. Here we are, she declares cheerfully, setting the crutches within Aria's reach. You just let that mate of yours hover and help when you need it too. Enjoy lunch and relax. Sally bustles off to attend to another customer as my CB radio clipped to my belt crackles to life. I answer, knowing it will be Mitch. Got your girl's car back at Jake's, Zane. He's looking it over, but, well, you know, it doesn't look good, Mitch says. There's an infinite depth of understanding and regret in his words that has my throat constricting. We both know exactly the crushing blow about to be dealt to Aria. Aria's brow furrows. My car? She murmurs, gaze snapping up to meet mine with naked trepidation. Can we go see it? Please? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I can't lie to her either. Aria, your car, it's a total write-off. I know, I just need to see for myself. Her shoulders slump, and worry slices off her. I know she's thinking about her debt, about how her car really and truly puts her in a position of need that she doesn't like. And yet, I can't deny her an eating it. Knowing how she'll feel when she sees the wreckage, I give her a nod. Okay. Finish your food, and then I'll take you there. The line between her brow deepens. It's a subtle tell of just how unmoored she feels. A few deft movements have the crutches settled beneath her slight weight, allowing her to hobble in front of me as we leave the diner after I've made sure she's eaten enough. With every halting step she takes, I can feel the weight of her reticence, her trepidation. I wish I could take it all away, but in reality, I can only be there for her when she needs me. I drive us across town to Jake's and help her into his mechanic's shop. The scent of grease and oil is sharp inside, but it's the sight of Aria's car that captures my attention, and hers. She stops in the middle of the doorframe, her whole focus on what used to be her car. The entire hood is smashed where it curved around the truck, the windscreen is missing, and the sides are dented and scratched up. I keep my wolf in check, knowing that the scent of her blood is still on the steering wheel where she hit her head. Jake sees us when we enter. He wipes his hands on a rag as he crosses the floor to us. His great hulking frame nearly bursts from his overalls. His tousled dark hair is a messy mop on top of his head, testament to the hours he spends under the hood. He's good at what he does, and keeps the town's cars and anything that needs to run, running. The stubble on his jaw tells me he's spent nights working. Like me, he's felt the hole inside him opening up without a bond and his mate to fill it. I'm grateful to the goddess I have my mate. But unlike me, if Jake doesn't find his mate, his wolf is destined to take over. It's the real reason why many males leave Willowbrook to go to the human world. And I know the reason Jake has stayed is to keep Willowbrook going. Hey Zane? He sends me a quick nod before his deep forest green eyes slide to my mate and instantly soften. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do to fix her. That tree trunk all but made minced meat of the engine. Oh God, no! Her shoulders slump, crutches squeaking ominously beneath her negligible weight as the fight simply drains out of her. She angrily brushes a tear from her cheek. I'm sorry. I thought I'd be able to see it without... Let me know if there's anything I can do. I'll help any way I can. I nod to Jake, thankful for his words, because I know he means every single one of them. He gives me a knowing look before he disappears into the back, giving us some privacy. I'm there in an instant, plucking the crutches from her grip and gathering her against me. I've got you. It's all right, Aria. Just let it out. You're safe with me. She angrily brushes at the tears spilling down her cheeks. I'm supposed to be stronger than this. Hey, I murmur, cupping the back of her head and pulling her more fully into the shelter of my arms. What you've endured, what you've lost, it's traumatic, sweetheart. I understand how you feel. That car represented more than just transportation, didn't it? It was your freedom, your independence. She nods against my chest, covering her face with her hands. I sense the despair taking root, the creeping tendrils of darkness strangling her spark of creativity. I wish I could somehow absorb her agony into myself to spare her. My hand moves in soothing circles over the tense line of her shoulders, offering what little comfort I can. It might not look like it now, but we'll get through it, Aria. I promise. My words shatter something within her. She stills in my embrace, trapped between despair and the flicker of salvation I've offered her. I can taste the indecision corroding through the bond that has been slowly strengthening, the first delicate tendrils of trust disintegrating beneath the onslaught of fresh trauma. And I worry that I don't have what it takes to be the mate she needs me to be.
I stare down at the blank canvas before me, brush poised over the pristine surface yet utterly devoid of inspiration. Zane left after making me a simple lunch, telling me he had to leave for a few hours, and I decided to use this time to create. I've created all right. Nothing. The canvas is as blank as my inspiration. All I've done is wrestle with despair. With each passing day, the date for my exhibition draws closer. Julian will be expecting to hear from me soon with an update on my progress. The thought of having to call him to confess that, despite Zane's kindness, I've failed to produce a single worthwhile piece, it's crippling. Panic claws at my throat as options dwindle. I should reach out, explain the circumstances, and beg for another date. Or I could throw in the towel entirely and withdraw, dooming myself and a career I will then only dream about. I've never suffered from such lack of inspiration before. I always had too many ideas, too little time to birth them from my mind and into this world. I'd wake up each morning eager to create, and then one day I woke up and my muse simply wasn't there anymore. Overnight, I was stripped of my identity, my purpose, and my means to earn. A mirthless chuckle escapes my lips as the thought occurs to me. At least I finally have time to create now that I'm essentially homeless and carless. I squeeze my eyes shut against the rising tide of despair, teeth gritting until my jaw aches. Not the way I thought things would turn out. I didn't think I would ever be at the mercy of a man I've only just met. A stranger for all intents and purposes, who tells me I'm his destiny. A man who has already helped me so much. My mate. My fingers tighten around the brush's slender handle as I recall the searing brand of his lips. The way I could taste his essence, infiltrating my consciousness in that endless, suspended moment. It had been bliss, rapture, a merging of souls so profound and complete that I'd finally felt whole in a way I never had before. Then, like a switch being flipped, that closeness was gone, leaving me with a hollow void inside, vanished, like my muse. If I was Zane's mate, if I bought into this whole fated mate idea, then surely that feeling would have stayed with me, that if this was fate, then I shouldn't hesitate at all. As wonderful as Zane has been, as thoughtful and protective, as utterly devoted to my needs, some deeply ingrained core of me isn't sure of anything. He's still a virtual stranger. The other truth is that although my mind struggles, my body is a different matter. I've never been so turned on so fast before. Ever. Zane is devastatingly attractive in a way that has my insides clenching. Just picturing the rugged angles of his features, the scorching intensity of his stare, is enough to make my clit perk up and start throbbing for attention. Even though I'm extremely physically attracted to Zane and my body definitely wants him, That desire pales in comparison to the intense, forever kind of love and cosmic connection he seems to think I should fully accept right away. I've literally only known Zane for a day or so. How can he possibly expect me to give myself over to that huge, eternal level of commitment and surrender after such a short time? I hear wolves howling outside as night falls. The sound is eerie but also strangely calming in a way I can't quite explain. I don't want to overthink why I feel that way. I'm completely drained, operating on little more than fumes and sheer determination at this point. When I hear the rumble of Zane's truck pulling up, I can't help the yearning that sparks inside me. It's wrong, given the emotional turmoil I've been grappling with all day, yet sensing his return fills me with a mix of giddy excitement and nervous apprehension all the same. By the time I hear his footsteps at the front door, my heart is pounding hard. I grab my crutches and pull myself up, wincing at the twinge of pain in my injured ankle. When Zane finally appears in the doorway, his eyes immediately finding me, I'm struck speechless. He is unfairly attractive, doesn't even begin to cover it. He's the embodiment of rugged masculinity, all-toned muscle and an intense primal aura blazing from his chiseled features. His presence alone is enough to make me forget how to breathe, to rob me of rational thought. A quick smile crosses his face when he sees me. Hey, beautiful. I can barely resist the urge to launch at him, to press against his solid chest and seek solace in his strength. My fingers tighten on the grips of my crutches, the only thing anchoring me against the irresistible pull urging me to surrender to him. Zane sets a stack of packages on the kitchen table. Curiosity wars with lingering trepidation, drawing me forward before I can second-guess the impulse. What's all this? My gaze devours the array of boxes and packages stacked across the table. Something softens as he meets my curious stare. Supplies. For you, for your art. The order came in and I went to the next town to collect everything. The tips of my ears burn with a mixture of gratitude and shame as the implications sink in. More gifts, more generosity I have no means to repay when he's already given so much. Zane, I begin, shaking my head helplessly. I can't ask you to do things like this for me. I have no way to pay you back or make it up. You don't need to. I wanted to do this for you. I don't expect payment or anything in return, Aria. I'm just excited to see what you'll create with the proper tools, though I hope I chose correctly. I wasn't certain exactly which supplies or brands would be best, he says. Stunned into silence, I turn my attention to the packages arrayed before me and begin to open them one by one. My breath catches, because he didn't merely go out and blindly purchase supplies, did he? No. Zane has managed to order my preferred brands as well as the specific varieties of paints and pencils and brushes that I favor. How did you know what I use? I breathe, raising my eyes to his in unguarded astonishment. How did you know which supplies to purchase? I don't remember telling you the specific brands or... He scratches his head. I saw what you used with the supplies I'd managed to save from the crash. All I did was replace the items that were damaged. Thank you, Zane, I murmur, hardly daring to meet his warm gaze. My heart skips a beat as a smile lights his face and an intoxicating warmth spreads through me. I gasp, my hand flying to my chest as heat grows in intensity with a deeply familiar essence. The flash of answering satisfaction gleams in Zane's blazing regard. His burning stare pins me in place. Please don't be scared, Aria. It's the bond. If you let it grow, you'll know how I feel about you. You'll feel how much I already love you. My chest constricts. Love? He can't love me. He doesn't know me. I've only just met him. How can he feel that way after barely knowing me? The thought terrifies me, this massive, intense feeling that he's insisting I accept and surrender myself to, completely. Deep down, there's a powerful craving to fully give in, to let myself be unconditionally loved, because that's what he's offering, blindly or not. But the rational part of me rebels. This is crazy, insane, tempting me down a path from which I won't be able to come back. To willingly throw away my sense of self, my caution and independence, by completely surrendering to this intense bond between us? It's simply too much to ask right now. I back away. Words fail me, tangling up on my tongue as quickly as they form. In the end, all I can do is shake my head, adrenaline surging through me as the enormity of the moment threatens to overwhelm me completely. I need to rest, I finally croak, gaze skittering away. I'm sorry, I just can't. Not yet. Then I turn and hurry away from him as fast as I can with my injuries, not daring to look back. I don't trust myself to withstand the overwhelming force of his presence for even a second longer. I know I'm hurting him, but I don't know what else to do. I don't sleep at all that night, tossing and turning as guilt weighs heavily on me. I can't stop replaying the hurt that flickered across Zane's striking features. The memory is seared into my mind's eye, the way his eyes dimmed with rejection as I turned my back on him. I'm not rejecting him. At least, that's what I try to tell myself as I bury my face in the pillow. I'm simply overwhelmed. Out of my depths in waters I have no idea how to navigate. How can I process the idea of fated mates, men who can turn into wolves and back again, and eternal bonds, when these concepts have always been made out to be fiction, and in reality, they are nothing short of fantastical? The memory of this searing warmth that bloomed through me at Zane's proximity causes a fresh flood of confusion. If I still my mind, tendrils of his essence reach a place inside my chest that has been freshly opened. It calls to me, urging me to surrender, to free fall into a warm abyss. I stay in bed until the dark sky outside the window lightens and I decide I've had enough of lying down. I get up and grab my crutches, which is yet another thing I'm grateful to Zane for, and hobble down the corridor to the kitchen. My insides twinge to see the supplies still on the table. I'm so ungrateful. I'm ashamed of myself and my reaction. I shove aside the emotions as I go through the boxes, unwrapping canvas, paints, brushes. He got everything I lost. I set up an easel and a paint palette. I spread everything out that I'll need. I turn the coffee pot on and inhale the life-blessing scent that fills the kitchen. I think of Dad and what he'd be doing, knowing he'd be starting another long day of drywalling. I think of his trust in me. I think of all the expenses I'm racking up until my stomach twists. I jolt when Zane emerges from the hallway. My breath hitches at the sight of him, tousled and dressed in a pair of jeans that dip dangerously low on his lean hips, and a tight white t-shirt. God, he's gorgeous. Clearing my throat, I determinedly keep my stare averted even as the back of my neck prickles with lingering heat. Good morning. I hope I wasn't making too much noise for you. Morning, he says, seemingly unaware of the effect his disheveled state has had on me. A beat of tense silence, then, You're restless this morning. Unsettled. I jolt slightly. It's not a question. Right, of course. The bond. I couldn't sleep well. With a steadying inhalation, I press onward before my nerves can fail me. I thought I should try painting. Inspiration still not there? Zane moves into the kitchen. I'm strangely satisfied when he pours the coffee I made. He leans against the counter and crosses his legs in a way that makes my mouth water. My gaze roams his body. Over his thick thighs and chiseled abs, his full lips curve into a slow, secretive smile. That stream I took you to the other day, Zane says after a momentary pause. Being there seemed to help you. My fingers still on the canvas, I've been tracing aimless patterns over, the breath stilling in my lungs. Of course he would bring that up. The place where we had that soul-searing kiss that shook me to my core. Yes, it did help, I murmur, keeping my voice from wavering. The peace I felt there was... I trail off, at a loss for adequate words before giving a mental shake, but I can't lose sight of the fact that I also jettisoned us straight into the depths of intimacy without a second thought, allowed my body's baser urges to override any semblance of self-restraint. I blurt out before I can think better of it, my cheeks flaming. At least, not until I know for certain how I truly feel, you know? My gaze skitters up to his burning stare, pinning me in place. About all of this, I don't want to do that to you. Something indecipherable flickers behind the liquid amber of his irises. I have no desire to analyze, as though he knows it's only a matter of time. It's the same kind of confidence he has in my ability, even though he's seen no evidence of my skill as an artist. It's confidence in me. My dad is the only other person who has such unwavering conviction, only without the heat that sizzles right through me when it comes to Zane. I'd like to take you somewhere else today, if you're amenable, somewhere that holds deep meaning for me, a place that quiets my soul and rekindles my connection to the rhythms of nature. I think it might also help you. There's a solemnity to his tone that has me tilting my head slightly, studying the sharp planes of his striking features, an assurance alongside all of the other assurances that this will help me. A reluctant spark of hope flares in my chest at the prospect, feeble yet insistent, and I'm desperate enough to grasp at any lifeline that might reignite my creativity. And if Zane seems to think this mysterious destination will help, well, a larger part of me than I care to admit is aching to experience whatever place he's offering to share with me. So I give a small nod of acquiescence, holding his gaze steadily. Thank you, I would like that. A look of gratification flashes across his handsome features before he inclines his head. Let's get us ready then. Then he's moving about the kitchen, reaching for containers and deftly packing a simple picnic lunch while periodically shooting me inscrutable glances. An illicit thrill zings through me with each glimpse, stoking embers I'm not fully prepared to acknowledge. He reaches into a cupboard in the foyer, pulls on a worn flannel over his white t-shirt and reaches for scuffed hiking boots. He looks undeniably rugged, deliciously unkempt in a way that has my fingers itching for charcoal and sketch pads. Next, he collects boots and a jacket that look to be in my size and offers me a shy grin when he notices my gaze on the items. Sarah gave them to me. We didn't know what you had packed, and, well, it gets chilly here for a human. She thought you might need them. I swallow hard, my mouth suddenly dry as a desert as I give a jerky nod and rise unsteadily to my feet. My fingers fumble with the grips of the crutch handles as I move toward him. Damn, but I'll be relieved when I can ditch these damnable crutches once and for all. Zane crosses the space separating us in 2 long strides. I can't suppress the sharp inhalation that escapes me as my insides blaze into searing wakefulness. Let me help. He leans my crutches against the kitchen counter, helping to slide my arms into the jacket that fits perfectly before helping me into the boots. My ankle twinges, and he leaves the laces undone. Guess I'll just have to do this. He sweeps me up and holds me against his chest. His scent washes over me in an intoxicating wave. Fresh pine and earthy musk, with faint undercurrents of smoke and citrus. By the time we reach the truck, I'm dazed and off-kilter, fighting a losing battle to ignore his proximity. He deposits me in the passenger seat with practiced ease before ducking inside for the hamper he packed and placing it onto the back seat. Then he rounds the chassis to the driver's side. The engine roars to life and he peels down his driveway and onto the main road of Willowbrook. We pass through town before he turns off the bitumen and onto a graveled road. Before long, the forest closes around us. I can't suppress the little hitch of breath at the sight, both humbled and awed by the untamed majesty surrounding me. Zane handles the cruiser with expert ease, hands loose on the wheel, biceps tensed to handle the rocks and rough road we're encountering. He's utterly at home here, I realize, a shifter born to run free. I try to imagine him in a city, in the human world, and can't. Beautiful, isn't it? He rumbles at length, seeming to read the thoughts whirling through my head. At this stage, I think he can. I think he knows more about me than I know myself. I can only nod, at a loss for words, because, as much as I always grew up in a city, the forest calls to me too in a wholly unexpected way. We drive for a while before Zane guides us off the beaten path, navigating the terrain with a skill and innate sense of direction that speaks to intimate familiarity. He stops in a small cleared area I would have never found on my own. Pines tower over us, so high I'm insignificant. Zane powers down the truck but makes no move to exit right away, his jaw tensing minutely before he angles his body to face me. This isn't quite where I want to take you. To get to that place, I'll need to shift into my wolf. I want to make sure you're all right with that before we proceed. The weight of his stare pins me in place as a part of me tightens in excitement because I do want to see his wolf again. It's all right if you're not ready. I don't want to pressure or overwhelm you, Aria. We can simply enjoy a picnic right here if you'd prefer. No? The word escapes before I can call it back, wrenched free with surprising force. I mean, no, I'm ready. Whatever it is you need to do, I don't mind. And I realize I do trust him, both sides of him, human and wolf. Zane steps out of the truck with an easy, fluid grace, the powerful muscles in his back and shoulders rippling beneath his shirt. He moves around to my side and opens the door, extending a hand to help leverage me out of the cruiser. The crisp mountain air is rejuvenating, filled with the rich, earthy sense of pine and granite and distant wildflowers. I draw it into my lungs, filling them to capacity. Ready? Zane rumbles. I nod. Zane holds my gaze, searching for something. Then, seemingly satisfied, he steps back and away. My breath hitches as he shucks off his flannel and shrugs the worn fabric from his broad shoulders. He places the items on the hood as my mouth dries, unable to tear my eyes away. The thin material of his t-shirt does little to conceal the contours of his torso, each rolling plane of muscle and sinew, utterly mesmerizing. My gaze tracks the way his shoulders flex and shift as he reaches behind him and draws the garment over his head in one smooth motion, leaving him half naked and utterly glorious. His lips twitch when a soft whimper escapes me at the sight of all that tanned, rippling masculine perfection laid bare. I drink in every detail with ravenous intensity. The cut of his pectorals, the ridges of his cobblestone abdomen, the crisp trail of dark hair arrowing toward the waistband of his jeans. Zane is utterly, indisputably male in a way that has interest blooming through me in molten waves. I should tear my eyes away to give him privacy. It would be the polite thing to do, yet I can't look away. His hands drift to the button of his jeans, and my breath hitches audibly in anticipation. Zane's stare flicks up to meet mine as he pops the clasp open. A single tug has the zipper parting to reveal the stark V of his lower abdomen. I'm leaning forward before I can think better of it, craving to reach out and touch that expansive skin. Zane senses the shift in the atmosphere because he pauses, gauging my reaction with those incandescent eyes. Then, with the barest quirk of one dark brow, he lets the fabric slide over the cut of his hips to crumple in a heap around his ankles. He kicks off his boots, gathers his clothing, and sets everything on the hood of the cruiser. I nearly swallow my tongue at the vision he presents, utterly, gloriously bare. Zane is magnificent, a true study in rugged male beauty and undisguised power. His body is all sinewy lines and hard, uncompromising angles. My gaze rakes over him hungrily, tracing every defined muscle and dusting of crisp dark hair with helpless fascination. He's a masterwork of nature. All I can do is drink him in with unabashed yearning, mesmerized by the scorching virility that blazes off him. Dimly I register Zane shifting his stance, preternatural grace lining every flex and ripple of his musculature. Then, without preamble, he shifts. I can't suppress my sharp inhalation as I witness the impossible becoming reality right before my awestruck eyes. One moment he was a magnificent example of male perfection. The next, I'm staring at his massive wolf. Every hair, every sinuous line of his body is perfectly defined, and he emanates an aura of intensity that has me reeling. The wolf stares at me with intelligence and stays still for me to take him all in. He's absolutely massive. His powerfully muscled body is covered in a thick coat of smoky gray fur, dappled with shades of charcoal and silver. His ruff is pure white and settles around his shoulders like a scarf. Even with him sitting, I have to look up to him because he dwarfs my frame. Yet despite his staggering size and obvious strength, I feel no fear as I drink in every detail with rapt fascination. "You're beautiful." He rises on all four white-tipped paws and pads toward me slowly, giving me ample time to step away if I want to. When he's a pace away, Zane pauses, allowing me the option of retreating. I swallow hard, my heart thundering as I take a half-step forward to close the final distance between us. A soft rumble echoes through his massive chest. Then, with infinite gentleness, he extends his muzzle and delicately tucks it beneath my half-raised palm. A breathless laugh escapes me at the unmistakable invitation. With trembling fingers, I delve them into the plush thickness of his mane, astounded by the remarkable silkiness of his coat. Zane lets out a contented sigh as his eyes drift shut in obvious bliss. I let out a surprised laugh when his powerful neck arches, bunching the dense musculature as he presses further into my caress with shameless enjoyment. When he finally draws back with marked reluctance, I very nearly whine at the loss of contact. Zane delicately picks up the hamper he'd placed on the ground when he was in his human form, in his powerful jaws, and turns to present me with his powerful flank in a now familiar entreaty. He wants me on his back. I hobble to him, gingerly swinging one leg over his powerful flank. Once settled, every line of mine molded over him, he rises. I squeak in surprise, my fingers tightening in his coat. He chuffs at the noise I make, as if laughing. Then, with a slight tensing of his haunches and a soft huff of warm breath, Zane surges into motion, launching us into the shadows of the forest.
I'm soaring through the ancient forest, my powerful haunches devouring the terrain with each earth-shaking bound. The world whips past in a kaleidoscope blur of verdant greens and towering grays, but I'm centered in the moment, because Aria is on my back, clutching my fur in a tight grip, the bond thrumming with her unbridled joy. With every jarring impact of my paws against the earth, with every ragged inhalation of pine-scented mountain air, the bond between us is strengthening. She didn't deny my wolf. She accepted him. She called him beautiful. And in doing so, she repaired some of the fissures that webbed our bond. Her essence infiltrated my consciousness. She blooms inside me, solidifying cold, dark pathways and lighting them with happiness. My wolf is smugly delighted. He savors the memory of her caressing our ruff, her unique scent surrounding us, her breath ghosting across our twitching ears as her wide-eyed gaze roamed over us. Even now, he covets the feeling of her slight weight, the way her fingers are buried in our fur. The bond will grow too strong to be contained. Her doubts will vanish as though they were never there. It will only be a matter of time before she succumbs to the bond, although I still need to keep this slow. She may have accepted my wolf, but she still needs to fully accept me. I need to nurture my side of the bond, give it space to unfurl and strengthen. I won't force or coerce. I would never do that to her, to us. I want her to surrender freely, willingly accept me. I'll simply allow Aria to find her own way into my embrace when she's ready. I navigate a winding path through the thick, mossy trunks until we spill out into a small clearing that overlooks a sprawling valley laid out below in a stunning panoramic vista. The breathtaking tapestry of verdant forest canopy is interspersed with shimmering tributaries far below. Above us, the sky sparkles with unending blue. Sunlight dapples the mossy clearing in a warmly shifting latticework, lending an ethereal ambience to this hidden place. My massive wolf form sinks to his haunches with a contented rumble, allowing Aria to slide from my back. Her eyes are wide as she pivots slowly to drink everything in. Her surprised joy shimmers through the bond. A low chuff rumbles my chest in deep satisfaction. This place never fails to instill a sense of profound peace within me. To know Aria is already experiencing those same sensations fills me with a fierce rush of pride. She turns to me, her pale cheeks filling with color. "This is beautiful, Zane. Thank you for bringing me here." Her gratitude pulses through our bond, pleasing both my wolf and me. Unable to resist the compulsion, my wolf extends his muzzle. "Oh, you liked that before, did you?" She raises one hand almost shyly and delves her fingers into the thick pelt along my powerful neck and shoulders. A full-body shudder racks my massive frame. Her slender fingers stroke gentle sweeps and my eyes drift shut in bliss. Long minutes pass by in silence, the only sounds her softly drawn breaths and her hypnotic caresses. My wolf is utterly shamelessly besotted. As am I. Eventually, a reluctant growl rumbles up from deep in my chest. As much as I'm loving her caressing my fur, I know we've reached the point where I need to shift back into my human form. As amazing as it is to bask in her touch as my wolf, she can't fully awaken until she accepts and embraces all aspects of my existence. I let out a resigned sigh, tuck my forelegs beneath me and release the hold that keeps me in wolf form. The shift happens instantly but naturally, an easy flow of energy as I'm reshaped into my human body, kneeling before her on the mossy forest floor. Aria's sharp intake of breath and the way her fingers pause against my skin tells me she witnessed the whole transformation. When she doesn't pull her hand away after my shift, I raise my gaze to hers and just hold her there with the heat of my stare. Her cheeks are flushed, lips parted as her eyes rove over my newly remade chest and abs with undisguised appreciation. I reach for the sweats I packed in the hamper while her eyes stay glued to my every movement, tracking the flex of my muscles with a weight I can practically feel. I empty the rest of the hamper and start setting up a simple picnic around us. As she sinks, cross-legged, onto the lush moss, I unpack her sketchbooks and pencils, hoping she'll be inspired enough to crack the block that's dogged her. "I used to come here often as a youth," I say, keeping my tone conversational as I unpack the last few items from the basket, especially when my wolf was unmanageable. Aria's head tilts slightly, curiosity sparking. "He was? He seemed so gentle." "My wolf is stronger than most, although he will always be gentle with you." I shoot her a wry look, but he's a beta wolf, nearly as strong as an alpha. As a teenager, the only way I could find any semblance of control was to run him into exhaustion every night. Understanding dawns in the slight parting of her lips, the gentle crease forming between her delicate brows. "Oh." I'd run for hours upon hours until my wolf was breathless. More often than not, I'd wake the next morning curled in this very clearing after we both dropped. Being here meant waking up without my wolf trying to break through my skin. Those years had been a struggle as my wolf and I fought for dominance over our body. Luckily, my human side is stronger. I ignore my wolf huffing in the back of my mind. Aria looks over the valley. "I can understand why you'd feel that way. It's peaceful, calm." Truth, the bond resonates with her words. Peace burrows into her bones. I'm glad I brought her here. Glad I can offer her respite. She settles into silence and I leave her to her thoughts, happy that the bond thrums with tranquility. I'm hyper-aware of every breath Aria takes, the way her delicate, unique scent mingles with the crisp mountain air and earthy forest smells around us. Aria's gaze falls to the sketch pad and pencils, where they sit on the rug I laid out. She reaches for the pad, flips open the cover, and takes a pencil from the case. I can't drag my eyes off her as she lowers her pencil to the paper and begins sketching in broad, sweeping strokes. I recline on my side, pillowing my head on one bent arm as I watch her work. There's no rush, no expectations or projections. I'm content to hold this perfect, suspended space and observe. Minutes bleed into hours, marked only by the hypnotic scratch of her pencil and the endless, soothing cadence of our surroundings. She fills page after page, lost in her drawing. And through it all, our bond deepens, solidifying as she reconnects with her passion. Only when the shadows begin to lengthen across the small clearing do I finally stir. I have one official job before darkness falls. "Aria," I murmur. She doesn't so much as twitch, utterly transfixed by her work. "Aria, I need to leave you for a short while, to check on the wards ringing our territory and ensure the borders are secure before nightfall." She lifts her head, her eyes blinking back to the moment. "You have to go?" I let a smile touch my mouth. I know how hard it is to be away from her, and she'll feel that effect too. "I won't be long. I promise." Oh, Okay, I'm so sorry. I've lost time, and her gaze skates across the valley, eyes glittering. This place is everything you promised, Zane. Gratification lances through me. I'm glad. Keep working. I can't wait to see what you've drawn when I get back. I stand, draw my sweats off me, and shift into my wolf in fluid movements. Aria sucks in an audible breath as my massive wolf shakes out his powerful musculature. Show off. He chuffs and offers me a mental toothy smile. Huffing out a soft rumble, I turn and lope into the sheltering trees. The forest blurs past in a kaleidoscope of verdant greens and grays as I run along the familiar game trails. My powerful haunches devour the terrain with each earth-shaking bound, nose raised to sample the crisp air layered with 1,000 interconnected scents and stories. The wards I need to inspect are thankfully working and look undisturbed. The mystery remains as to how the pharaoh broke through, but a part of me is acutely aware of how far I've come from my mate. My mind explodes with a vivid picture of her sitting on the moss, losing herself in her art, and in doing so finding that part of herself that was missing. Something shifts between us. The bond pulses. A radiating sense of deepening joy and contentment thickens and strengthens into something more. Something inevitable. I feel her thinking of my wolf. Of me. Her emotions swell, grow, become more. My chest fills with light. And then, her walls crumble. Her resistance melts away and blossoms into something vast. A final piece clicks, and then, time. It's time. She's ready to surrender. The journey back is a blur. My wolf is delirious with anticipation, haunches gathering beneath me as I push through the forest. I scent the undercurrents of Aria's scent on the crisp breeze, can taste the first delicate tendrils of yearning threading through her sunshine rain. Aria is exactly where I left her when I finally break through the sheltering tree line cross-legged on the plush carpet of moss, sketchbook cradled in her lap. She's utterly transfixed, absorbed in the flow of inspiration. It's only when I'm near her that a low, rumbling chuff escapes my chest. Aria startles at the sound. Her head whips up and papers slide off her legs to the ground. You're back, she murmurs. But I'm looking at her sketches because they're etched with confident strokes of graphite is my likeness in perfect detail. Dozens upon dozens of sketches, capturing me from every possible angle, human and wolf, feral and composed, powerful and vulnerable. Her sketches are humbling, breathtaking in their authenticity. Each sweeping line is infused with intimacy. With a low, rumbling growl, I release my wolf and stand before her as a man. Her breath hitches, and her sweet interest coats the air. I move toward Aria, allowing her to take in the unguarded truth of what she's chosen to accept. When I'm finally towering over her slender form, I sink to my knees and extend my hand. Fated. Aria holds my stare for what feels like an eternity. Desire thrums between us, growing thick and hard. Yearning pulses through the bond. My own need is stoked by the undeniable rightness of this moment. Still, I keep myself in check, because this is her choice. Then, with a trembling breath, she reaches out and laces her fingers through mine. The shock of contact detonates a rush of profound completion. A growl of satisfaction rumbles from me as I pull her slender form into my embrace and claim her lips with mine.
Zane kisses me, his full lips slanting over mine in a scorching brand that has my senses reeling. His broad hands grip my waist, pulling me flush against the searing wall of his chest as his tongue sweeps into my mouth in a devouring caress. I shudder against him, fingers fisting in the crisp hair at his nape as the world narrows to the sublime rightness of his embrace. A blossom of light and vivid color unfurls in my chest, tendrils of Zane's essence infiltrating the deepest recesses of my being. I felt him there before, a steadily building presence with every thoughtful gesture, every heated look since he crashed into my existence. But now his energy expands within me, blazing with overwhelming truth. It's breathtaking. No matter how recently we met, how little I know of Zane, it doesn't matter. A piece of myself has clicked into place, and all my doubts, my fears, simply cease to exist. This was always meant to be. We were always meant to be. This bond is profound. It's beautiful. It's a miracle shattering every construct I've mistaken for reality until now. A lifetime stretches out ahead of us together, learning about each other as we change and grow. But love, this love that's beginning to pour through me, is timeless. This is true love, acceptance, unconditional, unbound. The place where souls bind, and it doesn't matter how long or short we've known each other. This love has no place for intellectual ideals or society's norms. All of those named things don't come close. They can't touch it, because it's so far above anything that doubt and insecurities burn away before they can get close. Zane's fingers trace the line of my jaw, tilting my chin up. My eyes flicker open and fall into his blazing amber depths. His human side and his wolf perfectly blend, two halves of the same whole. Mystical. Impossible. Mine. Are you ready, Aria? Do you accept me? And my wolf, his voice is husky. Undercurrents of his hesitation and lingering doubt resonate inside me alongside unwavering patience and the understanding that he'll hold the space for me no matter how long it takes to fully accept everything about him. About us. The bond isn't one-sided. It isn't only about me accepting him and all he is without giving anything back. It emanates from both of us. Somewhere deep inside me, I know this as fact. One other fact that is a certainty is that he's already accepted me. He did from the moment he pulled me from my wreck of a car. Do I accept him? Do I want him? There is only one answer I can give. Yes, I accept the bond. Yes, I accept him. Yes, I accept his wolf. Yes, I accept all of those parts of me that are now whole. I surrender to him, to the bond, to fate. Yes, Zane, please, I need you. Zane's low growl of satisfaction reverberates straight to my core. Then he crushes me against him, mouth slanting over mine in a scorching brand of possession. He wraps his arms around me, hard muscles gently squeezing me. His large palms glide down the slope of my back to the hem of my shirt. Gripping it, he draws it up and over my head, and then his hands are on my chest, kneading and massaging over the black lace. A groan vibrates through him as he ducks his head and draws me into his mouth over the lace while he unclasps the clip at my back. The bra falls loose. He grips the strand between my cleavage and tugs. My chest is exposed, his attention riveted on me. Beautiful. His wolf roughens his voice, as his lips blaze a molten path along the swell of my curves. A whimper escapes my parted lips at the exquisite sensation. The bond thrums between us, Zane's own scorching need reverberating through the both of us. It's too much. It's not enough. Zane, I breathe, fingers fisting in the crisp strands of his tousled hair. I need you, all of you, now. With a low rumble of approval, he rears back on his haunches. I drink in the glorious sculpted lines of his torso, the rippling musculature. Don't make me wait, I say. His full lips lift. Never. The bond throbs and pulses between us. One hand drifts up my waist, fingers shaking. You have no idea how beautiful you are. He leans close, nostrils flaring as he inhales my scent into his lungs. His eyes flicker shut, and when he opens them to pin me in place, they're glowing a bright amber. I fantasized about this, about having you in my arms. I've dreamed about sharing a special moment with him, about the pure connection we could share. Whatever you're thinking about, he says softly, let's take things slow. I look at him questioningly. What do you mean? I want our first special moment together to be perfect, he explains with a gentle smile. I laugh softly. Now I understand how much you care. His expression becomes tender. As your destined partner, I want to make sure you're always happy and comfortable. We share a sweet embrace, our hearts beating in perfect harmony. The connection between us feels magical, like we're truly meant to be together. I close my eyes, overwhelmed by the pure joy of the moment. My heart soars with happiness as our bond grows stronger. Will it always feel this special? The moment is perfect. I feel completely at peace, knowing I've found my true companion. I whisper, unable to find words to describe how wonderful this feels. Zane embraces me tenderly and we share a sweet kiss. The moment feels magical, like two souls connecting as one. This is just the beginning of our journey together, he whispers. We gaze into each other's eyes, sharing another gentle kiss that makes my heart soar. The connection between us grows stronger with each passing moment. Are you sure about this? He asks softly. More than ever, I reply, my heart full of love. We hold each other close, our hearts beating in perfect harmony. The bond between us glows like a warm light, filling my chest with beautiful colors that reach into my very soul. I feel so connected to you, Zane whispers. I touch his face gently. It's beautiful. You're beautiful. We stay in our embrace, lost in each other's eyes. Everything about this moment feels perfect, like we were always meant to find each other. His heartbeat is steady and strong, matching the rhythm of my own. In this moment, there's no fear, no uncertainty, only us lost in our connection. I need more. The bond bursts. He feels me, knows what I need at the same time I do. He gives me another tender kiss as we share this special moment. My heart flutters with joy. We're so close, our noses almost touch as we catch our breath. You're perfect, beautiful, he whispers softly. His gentle voice fills me with warmth. All I can sense is his fresh forest scent. All I feel is his pure love surrounding me. His presence brings such comfort, it feels like coming home. The connection between us grows stronger, warm and safe. I hold him close, wrapping my arms around his shoulders. Zane. I whisper his name with complete devotion. The moment is magical. He holds me tenderly, embracing me as our hearts beat as one. He kisses my forehead and cheeks with gentle affection, keeping me safe in his arms as our spiritual bond grows stronger. He kisses my forehead, my cheeks, skims his hands down my back, bands one arm around my shoulders and the other around my waist, as the bond thrums in happiness and acceptance between us, and I know I've finally found my place in the world. I'm where I belong. The morning light filters through the cabin windows as I slowly blink awake, nestled in Zane's strong arms. His warm bare skin presses against mine and I inhale his musky pine scent, still dizzy from the intensity of our lovemaking that lasted well into the night. It faintly occurred to me that we didn't have safe sex. But I don't care, not right now. Not while I'm gathered tight in his arms and I'm settled toe to shoulder against him. My logical mind wants to protest that this is all happening too fast, that I can't possibly have fallen in love with Zane so quickly. But deep in my soul, I know the truth. We are bonded, fated mates, our very essences intertwined on a profound level I've never experienced before. I feel what he feels, his love for me a breathtaking force that overwhelms me. Carefully extricating myself from Zane's embrace, I pad to the kitchen, inspiration thrumming through my veins. For so long my creativity has been blocked, but now, in the afterglow of our union, I'm overflowing with visions begging to be released onto the canvas. I bring out the sketches I made that day, of Zane, the forest, Zane's wolf. The sketches come to life inside my mind. Inspiration surges through me, a tidal wave I couldn't resist, even if I wanted to. I reach for the art supplies Zane salvaged from my wrecked car, supplemented by the new materials he thoughtfully purchased for me. As I lay out the paints, brushes, and canvases, gratitude swells in my chest, threatening to spill over. Sketches in hand, I lose myself in the act of creation, the outside world falling away until there is only color, light, and the visions dancing behind my eyelids. The forest comes alive on the canvas. Emerald leaves dappled with golden sunlight, rich earth tones vibrant and lush. But it's Zane's wolf who commands center stage, his fur seeming to ripple with each stroke of my brush, his eyes glowing with fierce intelligence. I pour everything into capturing his essence, the raw power coiled in his muscles, the untamed beauty of his spirit. Hours pass in a blink, the sky outside the windows morphing from inky black to pale lavender to brilliant blue, and still I paint, caught up in the fever of inspiration. My body is a distant thing, thirst and hunger and fatigue barely registering through the haze of creative energy. When the rich, salty aroma of bacon finally breaks through my focus, I jerk back to awareness to find Zane setting down a plate heaped with crispy strips, fluffy scrambled eggs, and golden brown toast. A steaming mug of coffee sits beside the food, the robust scent alone enough to make my mouth water. "Thought you could use some fuel," he says with a soft smile, his eyes sparkling with joy. "You've been at it for hours." I take stock of my surroundings, the canvases propped up all around me in various stages of completion. Pride and wonder war for dominance as I take in what I've accomplished, the sheer volume of work I've produced. I've never painted like this before," I murmur, half to myself. "It's like a dam burst open inside me." Zane comes up behind me, his arms encircling my waist and his chin resting on my shoulder as he surveys my work. Awe radiates from him, so strong I can taste it. "You're magnificent," he says, quiet reverence in his voice. "Watching you create, it's like watching magic happen." I lean back into his solid warmth, my hands coming up to cover his where they rest on my stomach. "I couldn't do this without you, you know. Your belief in me, your support, it means everything." He presses a kiss to my temple, his lips lingering on my skin. "I will always believe in you, Aria. Always. Watching you come alive like this, seeing your passion, it's the greatest gift." My eyes well up with tears. I twist in his arms until we're face to face, my paint-splattered hands framing his jaw. "I love you," I breathe, the words as natural as my own heartbeat. I didn't know it was possible to feel this way about someone. His eyes shine with answering emotion, our bond glowing golden and warm between us. "I love you too," he rumbles. "More than I ever thought I could love anyone." Then, he's kissing me, deep and slow and thorough, and the rest of the world fades away. The paintings, the strange claw marks, the questions still lingering in the back of my mind, none of it matters in this perfect moment. My stomach chooses this time to let out a loud rumble, and he chuckles. "You should take a break. The paint will still be here whether you have a full stomach or not." I take a sip of the coffee, the robust flavor bursting on my tongue, and sigh in appreciation. He's right, of course. As much as I want to lose myself in the creative flow, and in the burgeoning love flowing between Zane and me, I can't neglect my basic needs. Not if I want to maintain this level of productivity. "You're too good to me," I murmur, reaching across the table to twine my fingers with his. "Taking care of me, supporting my art. I'm not used to having someone in my corner like this." His thumb strokes over my knuckles, the simple touch sending sparks skittering up my arm. "Get used to it, beautiful. I'm not going anywhere." We lapse into comfortable silence as I tuck into the food, the flavors exploding on my tongue like fireworks. I didn't realize how ravenous I was until the first bite, and now I can't seem to shovel it in fast enough. Zane watches with open affection, love and amusement warring in his gaze. "Slow down," he chuckles. "It's not going to run away from you." I swallow a mouthful of eggs and grin at him, unrepentant. "Can't help it. Your cooking is just too delicious." While I polish off the last few bites, Zane wanders over to the canvases propped against the wall, his eyes roving over each one in turn. Wonder emanates from him, so strong I can almost taste it, a bright, effervescent fizz on the back of my tongue. "Aria, these are—" He shakes his head, apparently at a loss for words. "You have an incredible gift. The way you've captured the forest, the light, the very essence of my wolf. It's breathtaking." Pride suffuses me, warm and buoyant. I set my fork down and move to join him, slipping my arms around his waist from behind. "I couldn't have done it without my muse," I tease, pressing a kiss between his shoulder blades. Your wolf is quite the model. Zane's chuckle rumbles through me deep and warm. Is that so? Well, I'm sure he'd be more than happy to pose for you any time, especially if it means he gets to bask in your presence. Flatterer, I accuse, but I can't contain my grin. I might just take you up on that. These paintings, I think they're some of my best work yet. If I can keep this up, the exhibition is going to be a smash hit. Of course it will, Zane says, turning in my arms to cup my face in his hands. His eyes are luminous, brimming with conviction. Aria, you have a way of seeing the world, of finding the magic and the beauty in everything you touch. It's a rare and precious thing. The world deserves to experience that. Tears sting my eyes, my heart so full it's fit to burst. He lowers his forehead to rest against mine. We stay like that for a long moment, simply breathing each other in, letting our bond pulse between us in a feedback loop of adoration and joy. Finally, reluctantly, I pull back, knowing that if I don't get back to work now, I likely never will. I should. Go and create, Zane says, releasing me with a soft smile. I'll be here if you need anything. And he is, a steady, supportive presence at the edges of my consciousness as I lose myself in the work once more. He keeps me fed and hydrated, makes sure I take breaks to rest my eyes and stretch my cramping fingers, but he never pulls me out of the creative flow, never tries to distract me or pull my focus. With his unwavering belief buoying me, I pour my heart and soul onto the canvas. The hours blur together in a haze of color and light, the world beyond the cabin ceasing to exist. I surface only when Zane places a plate heaped with golden, fluffy pancakes at my elbow, the scent of vanilla and butter making my mouth water. I blink up at him, momentarily disoriented. Didn't you just make me breakfast? He laughs, the sound warm and indulgent. Hate to break it to you, beautiful, but you worked clear through the day and night. It's morning again. Startled, I glance out the window to see pale sunlight filtering through the trees. Pride and satisfaction swell in my chest as I survey the veritable army of paintings surrounding me. I've never been this productive, this inspired. It's exhilarating and humbling all at once. I think, Zane says, smoothing my hair back from my face with a tender hand, that it's time for you to get some rest. You've more than earned it. Part of me wants to protest, to insist I can keep going, but the weariness is rapidly catching up to me, my limbs heavy and sluggish. You're probably right, I concede around a jaw-cracking yawn. I'm always right, he teases, pulling me to my feet and into the circle of his arms. And after you have some rest, I'll show you just how much I adore you. Heat licks through me at the promise in his words, and I burrow closer, breathing him in. I like the sound of that. I wrap my arms around his shoulders and push up on my toes to kiss him. I pour everything into the kiss, every ounce of passion and devotion, letting our bond flare bright and hot between us. He responds instantly, one hand fisting in my hair as the other molds me closer. The world falls away, narrowing down to the heat of his body against mine, the rasp of his stubble against my skin, the intoxicating scent of pine and musk that clings to him. I finally draw back, fighting the urge to strip the t-shirt off him and clear my art supplies off the kitchen table because there's something more important I have to tell him. You're my true inspiration. I couldn't have done any of this without you, without your support and belief. I've found my place in the world, I whisper, my eyes locked on his. And it's right here, with you. Zane crushes me to his chest. I will always, always have your back, Aria, he vows fervently, no matter what. You never have to question that. Even when I commandeer your house and turn it into my personal art studio, I tease, gesturing to the paintings scattered around us. Especially then, he says, his eyes crinkling at the corners. I love seeing your passion come to life like this. I wouldn't have it any other way. He presses a quick, hard kiss to my lips before releasing me, his expression turning playful. In fact, I think we need to commemorate this moment. What do you say I pick out a painting to keep? Something to hang over the fireplace? My heart squeezes, so full it aches. I say, take your pick, Wolfman, whichever one speaks to you. Zane grins at me, boyish and bright, before moving to study the canvases more closely. I watch him, anticipation thrumming through my veins, wondering which piece will call to him. But then, I feel it, a sudden, sharp pulse of shock lancing through our bond like a shard of ice. Zane stills, his shoulders rigid as he crouches down to examine a painting propped against the far wall. Frowning, I cross the room to join him, unease prickling along my spine. "Zane, what is it? What's wrong?" He doesn't answer right away, his gaze fixed on the painting in his hands. It's one of the forest scenes, the lush foliage dappled with golden light. But there, gouged into the soft loam at the base of a towering oak, are 3 deep furrows. Claw marks. "Aria," Zane says slowly, his voice strained, "how did you know to paint these? This exact marking?" I stare at the painting, a chill skittering down my back. I don't know, I just painted what I saw. What I remembered from our day in the clearing. Those are from your wolf, aren't they? He shakes his head, a muscle ticking in his jaw. "No, those aren't mine." The breath seizes in my lungs as the implication sinks in. If Zane didn't make those marks... "We weren't alone out there," I whisper, eyes flooding my veins. Something else was in the woods that day.
The moment I see those claw marks in Aria's painting, a chill runs down my spine. Someone else was in that clearing with us, watching from the shadows. The thought fills me with a sickening mixture of rage and fear. I need to go back to scent those marks and determine who or what made them. No one usually ventures into that part of the forest besides me. The implications are terrifying. How could I not have sensed another presence? The memory of that day washes over me, the all-consuming pull of the mate bond, the overwhelming need to claim Aria as my own. I was lost to instinct, driven more by raw urges than rational thought. I silently pray that the marks are old, that whoever left them is long gone, but I can't take that chance, not with Aria's safety on the line. I need to act now. As if sensing my intentions, Aria looks up at me, determination etched into her delicate features. "I'm coming with you," she says, leaving no room for argument. Her chin is set, her eyes blazing with a fierce protectiveness that matches my own. I can feel her love for me, her need to stand by my side, to face this threat together. Every instinct in me rebels at the thought of taking her back out there, of exposing her to even the slightest hint of danger. My wolf snarls at the idea, desperate to tuck her away somewhere safe, somewhere no one can ever touch her. Nevertheless, as I open my mouth to refuse, to insist that she stay behind, I feel her fear pulsing through our bond, mingling with that steely resolve. It's not just worry for her own safety, but terror of being separated from me. The memory of what happened to Sarah flashes through my mind, vivid and gut-wrenching. A feral wolf, mad with bloodlust, breaking into their home. It's a horror I'll never forget. The thought of anything similar happening to Aria, of history repeating itself, makes my blood run cold. I know, with a bone-deep certainty, that if I leave her behind, if I'm not there to protect her and something happens to her, I'll never forgive myself. The risk is too great, the potential for tragedy too high. As much as I hate it, as much as it goes against every protective urge in my body, I know she's safer with me than anywhere else. At least by my side, I can shield her, put myself between her and any threat that dares to come near. "All right," I concede, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. "But you stay close and you do exactly as I say, beautiful. Understand?" Relief floods our bond, chased by a swell of gratitude and love so strong it steals my breath. "I'll go get dressed." She heads to the bedroom. While Aria dresses, I try to raise Mitch on the CB, but there's no response. Part of me wants to wait, to have backup on hand before charging into potential danger. But the larger part, the part consumed with the need to protect my mate at all costs, rebels at the idea of wasting even a single second. If Aria is in the feral's crosshairs, then every moment we delay is a moment too long. Wishing not for the first time that we had phone reception here, I snap off an email to Mitch, relaying our location and what we've discovered, as Aria emerges from the bedroom, clad in jeans, sturdy boots, and a thick, padded jacket. Even in practical clothing, she takes my breath away, her beauty shining through like a beacon. A fierce surge of possessiveness rises up in me. This woman is mine, my mate, my everything, and I will defend her with every ounce of strength in my body, with every beat of my heart. The drive to the clearing is a far cry from our leisurely journey 2 days ago. Tension coils in my muscles, my jaw clenched so tightly it aches. I can barely keep the cruiser on the road. My focus splintered between the task at hand and the all-consuming need to keep Aria safe. I feel her concern pulsing through our bond, her worry for me a tangible thing. She knows what's at stake, knows we both have everything to lose if I can't neutralize this threat. The thought of failing her, of letting any harm come to her, is unbearable. When we reach the clearing, I shift into my wolf form without preamble, lowering myself to allow Aria to climb onto my back. Her slight weight settles between my shoulder blades, her fingers curling into my fur as I take off through the trees. I push myself harder than I ever have before, my paws flying over the forest floor, devouring the distance with single-minded determination. Every instinct screams at me to get to the site of the claw marks, to pick up the scent and hunt down the bastard who dared to violate our private moment. As soon as we arrive, I shift back, gratefully accepting the sweatpants Aria pulls from her backpack. While she retrieves her phone to document the evidence, I move closer to the markings, drawing in a deep lungful of the scents clinging to the earth. The feral stench slams into me, unmistakable and sickening. Rage boils up in me, white-hot and blinding. He was here, watching us, intruding on our most intimate moment, and I didn't even realize. Self-loathing rises up to choke me, bitter and cloying. What kind of mate am I that I couldn't even sense a threat to my bonded? The insidious whisper of doubt, my oldest and deepest fear, sinks its claws into my heart. I'll never be good enough for her, never be the protector she deserves. Despair threatens to swamp me, but I shove it back with ruthless determination. I can't afford to wallow, not now, not with Aria counting on me. I have to be strong for her. Find a way to end this threat once and for all. A figure suddenly melts out of the shadows at the edge of the clearing. My hackles rise, a snarl building in my throat as I push Aria behind me, shielding her with my body. The man is naked, his skin caked with dirt and grime. Madness dances in his glazed, fever-bright eyes, a feral light that sends ice skittering down my spine. "Zane," Aria breathes, her fear spiking through our bond. She trembles against my back and I hear the rapid flutter of her heartbeat. "Is that—" "The feral," I confirm grimly, never taking my eyes off the threat. "Stay behind me, Aria. No matter what happens, you stay behind me." The feral takes a shambling step forward, his head held high. He sniffs the air, his nostrils flaring, and a cruel smile stretches across his face. "Pretty mate," he rasps, his voice like gravel. "Human mate." White-hot rage sears through me, burning away the last vestiges of my control. "You won't touch her," I snarl, the words barely human when my teeth elongate into my wolf's fangs. I shove the pain aside, letting cold, calculated fury take its place. Must eradicate. The feral leaps toward Aria, his body contorting as he shifts into his wolf form mid-leap. Horror slams into me. Fury and terror war within me, propelling me forward. My clothes shred as my wolf explodes from my skin, the shift faster and more violent than ever before. I meet the feral head-on, slamming into him with bone-crushing force. We tumble to the ground in a snarling, snapping tangle of fur and fangs. The feral fights with the savagery of madness, his jaws snapping at my throat, his claws raking deep furrows into my flesh. Pain sears through me, but I barely feel it, too consumed by the need to protect my mate. I give as good as I get, my own teeth finding purchase in the feral's hide, my claws tearing through muscle and sinew. Blood spatters the ground, the coppery scent thick in the air. But the feral is a dirty fighter, his moves unpredictable and fueled by insanity. He twists in my grip, his jaws clamping down on my foreleg with crushing force. I hear the sickening crunch of bone, feel the white-hot agony lance up my limb. Sensing weakness, the feral redoubles his efforts, driving me back toward the edge of the ravine. I struggle to find purchase on the loose dirt and rocks, my injured leg giving way beneath me. In a last, desperate bid, the feral slams his full weight against my chest. I fall, tumbling head over tail down the steep incline. Rocks and branches batter my body as I roll, the world spinning sickeningly around me. My head cracks against something hard, a blinding burst of pain exploding behind my eyes. Darkness drags me into oblivion. When I come to, it's to a pounding headache and a sick sense of dread. Aria. Where's Aria? I stagger to my feet and race back up to the clearing, ignoring the screaming protest of my battered body. Panic claws at my throat as I cast about wildly, searching for any sign of my mate. But the clearing is empty, the only evidence of the brutal battle, the blood staining the ground. No, this can't be happening. I can't have failed her, not like this. Desperation lends me strength as I leap to the top of the ravine, my nose already working to catch the scent. The feral stench hits me like a punch to the gut, intermingled with the sweet, familiar scent of my mate. Sunshine rain tinged with sour notes of absolute terror. He has heard. The knowledge is a piercing dagger, a terror beyond anything I've ever known. I bolt into the forest, following the trail, rage and fear fueling each stride. I can hear them up ahead, the feral's labored breathing, Aria's muffled cries. Thank the goddess I mustn't have blacked out for long. The sounds spur me on, driving me to speeds I've never before achieved. My vision wavers, but then I see them. The feral has Aria by her shoulder, dragging her over the rough ground. She's struggling, beating at his muzzle, but she's no match for his strength. Her eyes meet mine, wide and terrified. "Zane!" she screams, her voice raw with fear. The sight of her terror, the desperate plea in her voice shatters something inside me. This is my worst nightmare made real. With a roar that shakes the trees, I launch at the feral, my jaws closing around his neck. I bite down with all my strength, feeling his spine snap like kindling between my teeth. The feral goes limp, his body hitting the ground with a dull thud. I release him, already turning to Aria, my heart in my throat. She scrambles toward me, throwing her arms around my neck, pressing her face into my fur. Violent tremors rack her body, her tears soaking my pelt. I can feel her terror, her relief, her love, all tangled together in a dizzying maelstrom. I shift back to my human form, desperate to comfort her, to assure myself that she's really all right. But as I gather her into my arms, the world tilts alarmingly around me. I stagger, my knees giving way as I crumple to the ground. Aria is saying something, her hands fluttering over me, but her words are muffled, distorted, as if I'm hearing them from underwater. I try to focus, to force my sluggish body to cooperate, but it's like moving through quicksand. Dimly I'm aware of a sharp, insistent pressure on my side. I look down, blinking hard to clear my vision. Aria's hands are pressed against my ribs, slick and red with blood. So much blood. Understanding seeps through the haze of pain and exhaustion. The feral, he must have gotten in a worse blow than I realized. I try to speak, to tell Aria that it's going to be all right, that I'll heal, but the words won't come, my tongue heavy and useless in my mouth. The edges of my vision are starting to darken, the world fading in and out. I fight against the encroaching blackness, terrified that if I close my eyes, I'll never open them again. Distantly, as if from a great distance, I hear the pounding of paws, the crashing of underbrush. A huge, familiar russet wolf bursts into the clearing, skidding to a halt beside us. Mitch. Relief, sharp and sweet, pierces the fog enveloping my mind. Mitch is here. He'll take care of Aria, keep her safe. It's my last coherent thought before the darkness rises up to claim me, dragging me down into a sea of blessed numbness. As I sink into unconsciousness, my final prayer is that Mitch will succeed where I have failed, that he will protect my mate as I could not. The first thing I'm aware of is the softness beneath me, the familiar scent of my own sheets. I'm in my bed, in my cabin, The realization seeps through my foggy mind as I struggle to open my eyes, my lids heavy as lead. Pale dawn light filters through the windows, casting the room in a muted glow. I must have slept through the day and night, my body trying to heal from my wound. Gingerly, I lift a hand to my side, feeling the raised edges of a new scar where the gaping wound had been. The skin is tender, still knitting itself back together, but it's a far cry from the raw, bleeding gash I last remember. My shifter blood has done its work, accelerating the healing process, but even so, it's taken a full day for me to reach this point. As my senses sharpen, I become aware of other presences in the room. Mitch is here, his brow furrowed, his eyes shadowed with concern, and something else, something I can't quite name. Beside him stands Alara, the pack's reclusive healer, our Packland's witch, her long silver hair gleaming in the early light. And Aria. My heart clenches as my gaze finds her, taking in the bruises marring her delicate skin, the exhaustion etched into every line of her face. She looks small and fragile, and guilt crashes over me in a suffocating wave. I did this. I failed to protect her, to keep her safe from harm. The one thing I swore I would always do, and I couldn't even manage that. Aria, I croak, my voice rough and alien to my own ears. Her head snaps up, her eyes widening as they meet mine. Shock, relief, and a desperate, aching love chase each other across her face, so raw and unguarded that it leaves me reeling. She's at my side in an instant, perching on the edge of the bed and taking my hand in both of hers. Her skin is soft and cool against mine, her touch infinitely gentle, as if she's afraid I might shatter beneath her fingers. "You're awake," she whispers, her voice trembling. "I was so worried, Zane, I thought I might lose you." I squeeze her hand, ignoring the twinge of pain the movement brings. "Never," I promise, infusing the word with all my conviction. "I will never leave you, Aria." But even as I say it, I feel a flicker of unease. There's a part of our bond that feels closed off, a wall where there should be none. It's faint, barely perceptible, but it's there, and it sends a chill down my spine. Before I can probe further, Alara steps forward, her eyes knowing as they sweep over me. "You're lucky to be awake, Zane. Your wounds were severe, tainted by the Pharaoh's blood. It acted like an acid, preventing your natural healing. I had to use my magic to purge it from your system." I frown, trying to make sense of her words through the lingering haze in my mind. Feral blood acting as an acid? I've never heard of such a thing. "I've taken a sample," Alara continues, anticipating my question. "I will study it further in my home, see what else I can learn. But for now, rest. Let your body finish what it has started." With a final inscrutable look, she glides from the room, leaving me alone with Mitch and Aria. Mitch clears his throat, drawing my attention. He looks haggard, his usually vibrant blue eyes dull with fatigue. "You gave us a hell of a scare, brother," he says, his voice rough. "When I found you in the woods with Aria trying to staunch the bleeding, I thought we might be too late." He shakes his head, as if banishing the memory. "I'm just glad you're all right. Ilara's magic is the only reason you're still breathing." Gratitude wells up in me, fierce and humbling. I must have been in a bad way for Alara to be here. "Thank you," I manage, the words inadequate, "for getting me here, for bringing Alara, for everything." Mitch clasps my shoulder, his grip firm and grounding. "That's what brothers are for. I'm just sorry I didn't get there sooner." "You got there," I counter, holding his gaze. "That's what matters." "I'm just glad I was up early enough to receive your message in time. I'll give you two some privacy," he says, glancing between Aria and me. "I need to get back to my own mate, let her know you're awake." The mention of Sarah sends another pang of guilt lancing through me. Mitch almost lost her to a feral, and now, because of my failings, I came perilously close to losing mine too. Aria squeezes my hand, drawing my focus back to her. There are shadows in her eyes, a haunted look that I would give anything to erase. "I'm so sorry," I whisper, the words catching in my throat. "Aria, I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you. I should have been faster, stronger, I should have—" "No," she cuts me off, her voice fierce despite the tremor in it. "Zane, no. You saved me. You fought for me, almost died for me. You have nothing to apologize for. But I can see the cracks in her facade, the fear and trauma she's trying so hard to hide. And I know with a sinking certainty that this ordeal has left scars on her soul, just as surely as it has left them on my body. Scars that I'm not sure even I can heal. I swallow hard, the guilt a leaden weight in my chest, because I have everything to apologize for. The feral, I failed to keep you safe from him. I let him get to you, let him hurt you. Shock ripples through our bond, followed by a fierce, almost angry denial. Zane, no. If it wasn't for you, the feral would have killed me. You saved my life. I shake my head, unable to accept her offered absolution. If I hadn't been there, if I hadn't brought you into my world, the feral never would have targeted you in the first place. My presence, my love for you, it put you in danger. A complex tangle of emotions surges through the bond: guilt, fear, a desperate aching love. Aria's agitation is palpable, her hands twisting in her lap as she struggles to find the words. Are you hurt? I ask, suddenly desperate to know. The image of the feral dragging her by the shoulder is seared into my mind, a waking nightmare I know will haunt me for years. She shakes her head, a small strained smile touching her lips. He had his teeth in my jacket, not my flesh. I've got some bruises, but I'm okay, thanks to you. Relief crashes over me, so intense it leaves me dizzy. The knowledge that she's whole, that she survived this horror relatively unscathed, is a balm to my battered soul. But even as I revel in that relief, I feel Aria's essence start to withdraw, a subtle distancing that sends a spike of fear through my heart. She's pulling away from me, retreating behind walls I can't breach. Zane, she begins, her voice trembling. I've been thinking about us, about our future. I brace myself, terrified about what she might say next, terrified that this ordeal has shattered the beautiful, fragile thing blossoming between us. I sit up, the movement costing me, and I settle with my back against the headboard. I love you, she whispers, the words achingly sincere. I love you more than I ever thought possible, but I'm not sure I belong in your world. I don't want to be the reason you're hurt, the reason you're put in danger. I start to protest, but she forges on, her eyes bright with unshed tears. Seeing you like this, seeing how close I came to losing you, it's made me realize just how much you've risked for me, how much you've sacrificed. Aria, I manage, my voice cracking. Being with you, loving you, it's not a sacrifice. It's everything. But even as I utter the words, I feel the truth of her own. She's not meant for this life, for the constant threat of violence and danger. She deserves better, deserves a love that doesn't come with the risk of bloodshed. The thought of letting her go, of watching her walk away, is a knife to the heart. But if it's what's best for her, if it's what will keep her safe, I know I'll bear that pain. I'll endure anything as long as it means she's protected. I don't want to lose you, I whisper, the words raw and bleeding. But more than that, I want you to be happy, to be safe, and if you think you can't have that with me, I trail off, unable to finish the thought, unable to voice the terrible, yawning emptiness that threatens to swallow me whole. Aria is silent for a long moment, her gaze distant, her emotions a maelstrom I can't decipher. When she finally speaks, her voice is soft but resolute. I need time, she says, each word carefully measured. Time to think, to process everything that's happened. I love you, Zane, that hasn't changed. But I need to be sure, absolutely certain, that this is the right path for me. For us. I nod, not trusting myself to speak past the lump in my throat. I understand her need for space, for clarity, but it doesn't make the prospect of separation any less terrifying. I'm not going anywhere, I promise, pouring every ounce of love and conviction I possess into the words. I'll be here, Aria, whenever you're ready. Always. She leans down, pressing a soft, lingering kiss to my lips. I can taste the salt of her tears, feel the tremor in her breath. I know, she whispers against my mouth. I know. And then she's gone, slipping out of the room like a ghost, leaving me alone with the shattered remnants of my heart. I close my eyes, letting the pain wash over me, through me. It's a small price to pay, I tell myself. A small price for the promise of her safety, even if it means losing the other half of my soul.
I stand in the living area, my brush hovering over the canvas, trying to lose myself in the familiar motions of painting. But my heart isn't in it. My mind a million miles away, tangled up in thoughts of Zane and my looming exhibition in New York. It's only days away now, days until I have to leave Willowbrook. Leaves young. Well, I don't know if I'll come back. A week has passed since the Feral's attack, since I came so close to losing Zane. He slept through the rest of that first day, his body healing, knitting itself back together. He's fully recovered now, at least physically, but the bond between us remains closed off, his vibrant presence muted and distant. I know he's trying to give me the space I asked for, trying to keep me safe by holding himself apart. But the absence of his warmth is a hollow in my chest that can't be filled. Echoes of his guilt and exhaustion wash through the bond. When Zane isn't holed up in his workshop working far into the night, he's been scouring the forest with Mitch, searching for any trace of other ferals, any hint of the danger that might still lurk in the shadows. They're running themselves ragged, pushing their limits. And it's all because of me. The knowledge is a leaden weight on my soul, a burden I can't shake. If I hadn't come here, if I hadn't fallen in love with Zane, he wouldn't be in this position. He wouldn't be risking his life, his sanity, to protect me. And it's not just Zane I'm putting in danger. My presence here could be a threat to the entire town, to the peaceful life they've built. The feral was drawn to me. Who's to say another one won't come and attack another person? I can't bear the thought of anyone else getting hurt. I drag my focus back to the painting, to the dark, ominous hues that reflect my inner turmoil. Gone is the light, the joy, the inspiration that flowed through me just a week ago. Now my work feels heavy, weighted down by the fears and doubts that plague me. But I force myself to keep going, to push through the block. I've nearly finished enough pieces for the exhibition, and that's one worry at least that I can put to rest. Now all that's left is the pre-show nerves, the anxiety that comes with putting my heart and soul on display for the world to judge. It's the kind of fear that Zane would usually help me through, his steady presence and unwavering belief in me a balm to my frayed nerves. But I can't ask that of him, not now. Not when I'm the reason he's hurting so badly. I step back from the easel, my eyes stinging. The painting is a swirl of shadow and light, of fear and longing. It's raw and honest in a way that terrifies me, a glimpse into the chaos of my heart. But it's not enough. It's never enough. I can pour my soul onto the canvas, but it won't change the reality of my situation. I take a shuddering breath, my decision settling like a stone in my gut. I have to go, have to leave Willowbrook and the man who holds my heart. It's the only way to protect him, to protect everyone. Even if it means breaking my own soul in the process. I'm startled out of my melancholy reverie by a knock at the door. I hastily wipe at my eyes, trying to compose myself as I call out, "Come in!" To my surprise, it's Sarah who steps into the kitchen, a casserole dish cradled in her hands. She offers me a warm smile, but I can see the concern in her eyes as she takes in my appearance. "I brought you some food," she says, setting the dish on the counter. "I've been worried about you and Zane. You both look like you've lost weight." I try to muster a smile, but it feels brittle, false. "Thank you, Sarah. That's very kind of you." She waves off my gratitude, already moving to put on a pot of coffee. It's the least I can do. I know how hard things have been after everything. I sink onto a chair at the kitchen table, suddenly feeling boneless, drained. I don't want to burden Sarah with my troubles. Don't want to admit that the thought of food makes my stomach churn. But she seems to sense my reticence, my unease. She sets a steaming mug in front of me, then takes a seat across the table, her expression gentle but determined. "Aria," she begins, her voice soft. "Would it be all right if I talk to you about my own experience? as one human mate to another? Curiosity pricks at me, momentarily overriding my despair. I nod, murmuring, "Of course." Sarah takes a deep breath, her fingers curling around her own mug. "I know a little of what you're going through," she says quietly. "When that feral attacked me, when it broke into our home and tried to kill me, it was the most terrifying experience of my life. I feel a pang of empathy, of shared trauma. I remember the fear, the helplessness, the sickening certainty that I was going to die at the hands of a monster. If it wasn't for Mitch," Sarah continues, her voice wavering slightly, "I wouldn't be here today. He saved me, just like Zane saved you." She reaches across the table, laying her hand over mine. Her skin is warm, her touch comforting. "I understand why you might want to pull away, to distance yourself from this world, from the danger. But Aria, I don't think that's the right thing to do." I open my mouth to protest, but she squeezes my hand, silencing me. "Zane and Mitch, they're not like us. They're not human. We can't process what happened, what they did, based on our human emotions and experiences." She leans forward, her gaze intent, imploring. "The bond between a shifter and their mate. It's sacred, it's all-consuming. They will do anything, endure anything to keep us safe, even if it means pulling away, if they think that's what we want." Tears prick at my eyes, my throat tightening. I know she's right. Know that Zane's distance is born of love, of a desperate need to protect me, but it doesn't make the ache in my chest any less acute, the longing for his presence any less fierce. "You have to decide," Sarah says gently, "what it is you truly want. Zane will support you no matter what, but he's here for you, Aria, not just as a partner but as your mate, your soulmate." She sits back, her expression soft, understanding. "What you two have, it's a once-in-a-lifetime bond, a connection that transcends anything we mere humans can comprehend. The question is, are you ready to reject that, to walk away from the other half of your soul?" I swallow hard, my mind reeling. Sarah's words have struck a chord and illuminated the truth I've been trying so hard to deny. I love Zane. I love him with every fiber of my being, with a depth and intensity that frightens me. The thought of losing him, of severing the bond that ties us together, it's unimaginable, unbearable. But is my love strong enough to overcome the fear, the guilt, the certainty that my presence in his life will only bring him pain? Sarah seems to sense my inner turmoil and hesitation. She rises from her chair, coming around the table to pull me into a hug. I cling to her, drawing strength from her quiet compassion. "Think about what I've said," she murmurs, pulling back to look me in the eye. "But don't take too long. Zane needs you, just as much as you need him. Don't let fear rob you both of the beautiful future you could have together." The hours crawl by after Sarah's departure, each minute feeling like an eternity. I try to keep busy, packing up my paintings and cleaning the kitchen until it sparkles, erasing any trace of the creative chaos that had reigned just days before. But the more I clean, the more the emptiness presses in on me, a tangible presence in the too quiet cabin. Zane's absence is a physical ache, a hollow in my chest that nothing can fill. Night falls, and still he doesn't come in, sequestered away in his workshop. He's giving me the space I asked for, the distance I thought I needed, but with each passing hour, the gulf between us feels more and more unbridgeable. A chasm of my own making. I pick at my dinner, the food turning to ash in my mouth. The silence is oppressive, broken only by the clink of my fork against the plate and the relentless tick of the clock on the wall. Sarah's words echo in my mind, a constant refrain. The more I turn them over, examining them from every angle, the more I realize the truth of them. I have been judging Zane by human standards, by my own narrow understanding of love and relationships. But Zane isn't human. He's a wolf shifter, a being whose very existence is tied to the bond we share. A bond that allows me to feel his every emotion, to know the depths of his love and devotion. And right now, all I feel from him is pain. a muted, aching hurt that pulses like a bruise, growing fainter with each passing day. The realization hits me like a punch to the gut. If I continue on this path, if I keep pushing him away, I might wake up one day to find the bond gone entirely. The thought is unbearable, a terror that eclipses even the fear of the dangers we've faced, because a life without Zane, without the warmth and light of his presence, is no life at all. He's shouldering the weight of my fears and doubts. He's giving me space because I asked for it, putting my needs above his own, even at the cost of his own happiness. But space isn't what I want or need. I've spent so long keeping people at arm's length, guarding my heart behind walls of my own making. I thought distance was the answer, the key to protecting myself and those I love. I was wrong, so very, very wrong. Zane is willing to sacrifice everything for me, to put my well-being above all else, just like my father has. And how have I repaid him? By using the attack as an excuse to push him away, to run from the intensity of what we share. It isn't right. It isn't fair, not to him and not to myself. I need to tell him the truth, to lay my heart bare before him and pray it's not too late to mend what I've broken. With trembling hands, I heat up a plate of food, carrying it out to the workshop like a peace offering. My heart pounds as I push open the door, my breath catching in my throat at the sight of him. He's bent over his workbench, his broad shoulders hunched as he polishes something with single-minded focus. But when he turns to face me, I'm struck by the weariness etched into every line of his face, the dark circles beneath his eyes. Sarah was right. He's lost weight, his usually vibrant energy dimmed to a flicker. The knowledge that I'm the cause, that my actions have brought him to this state, is a knife to the heart. I brought you dinner, I manage, my voice sounding small and uncertain to my own ears. A faint smile touches his lips, but it's a pale shadow of the bright boyish grin I've come to love so much, the one I'd do anything to see again. I set the plate down on the workbench, my gaze falling on the object he'd been so intently focused on. Curiosity momentarily overrides my nerves. What are you making? He looks up at me, and the wariness in his eyes, the hesitation, is like a physical blow. This is what I've done to him, to us. I've made him doubt himself, doubt my love for him. It's nothing, he says, his voice rough as if from disuse. Just a little project I've been working on, but I can see it's more than that. The object in his hands is small and delicate. It's beautiful, and the care he's taken with it is evident in every line and curve. With a jolt, I realize that it's not just a carving, but a necklace, the pendant glinting softly in the light. I reach out with trembling fingers, lifting the delicate chain hanging from his still hand. The charm is exquisite, a miniature wolf wound around the figure of a human woman, their forms intertwined in an eternal embrace. It's us, I realize with a shock. Zane and me, captured in silver and stone. Zane, I breathe, my voice thick with wonder and emotion. It's beautiful. I've never seen anything like it. He ducks his head, a rare flush staining his cheeks. I wanted you to have something to remember me by, he says softly, his gaze fixed on the pendant. Something to keep me close, even when we're apart. The words hit me like a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. Remember him by? Apart? I feel like I've been doused in ice water, the stirrings of hope evaporating like mist in the sun. What do you mean? Why would I need something to remember you by? I manage. Zane takes a deep, shuddering breath, his eyes meeting mine with a look of such profound sadness that it shatters my heart into a million jagged pieces. Aria, he says gently, I know you're leaving. I know you're going back to New York, to your life, and I understand. I do. He reaches out, his fingertips grazing my cheek with a tenderness that brings fresh tears to my eyes. You deserve so much more than I can give you, he continues, his voice rough with emotion. You deserve safety and stability and a future free from the dangers of my world. In shaking my head before he's even finished speaking, denial and horror rising up to choke me. This can't be happening. He can't truly believe that I would leave him, that I could ever walk away from what we have. Although there were moments I considered it, I'm coming to realize that it isn't possible to walk away from him and the love we share. But even as I open my mouth to protest, to tell him how wrong he is, the awful truth crashes over me. I have given him every reason to believe exactly that. With my distance, my fear, my talk of needing space and time, I've made him doubt my love, doubt my commitment to our future together, and in doing so I've shattered something precious, something irreplaceable. No, I whisper, the word tearing from my throat on a sob. No, Zane, that's not. I don't want to leave. I don't want a life without you in it. But even as I say the words, I can see the resignation in his eyes, the grim acceptance. He doesn't believe me, and why should he? I've given him no reason to trust in my love, in my willingness to fight for what we have. Desperation claws at my throat, a wild, keening thing. I clutch at his shirt, my fingers fisting in the fabric as if I can physically hold him to me, keep him from slipping away. I'm sorry, I whisper brokenly, the words muffled against his chest. I shake my head, the words tangling on my tongue. There's so much I need to say, so much I need to make right. But in this moment, all I can do is step into his arms, burying my face against his skin. He stiffens for a heartbeat, surprise and confusion radiating through the bond, and then I send everything I'm feeling back through it. I let him feel everything I've been holding back, my confusion, my hurt, my fear. His arms come around me, holding me close, and the rightness of it, the perfect fit of my body against his, undoes me entirely. His hand comes up to cradle the back of my head, his touch infinitely gentle. Shh, he soothes, his voice a rumble against my ear. It's all right, beautiful, I understand. But I pull back, needing to see his face, needing him to see the truth in my eyes. Don't say you understand, I say fiercely. It's not all right. I let my fear control me, let it dictate my actions, and in doing so, I hurt you. I hurt us both. I reach up to cup his face in my hands, my thumbs brushing over the sharp angles of his cheekbones. I don't want space, I tell him, putting every ounce of conviction I possess into the words. I don't want distance, or safety, or a life without you in it. His eyes search mine, hope warring with trepidation in their depths. What do you want then? He'd give me anything. Everything. The answer is so simple. I don't want everything. Everything doesn't matter if I don't have him. I pour my love through our bond. I let it blast into him fully. I open myself to its light, its beauty. I let him feel how much I'm in love with him, and I don't hold anything back. You, I breathe, the word of vow, a promise. I want you, Zane, all of you, the man, the wolf, the protector, the lover. I want the life we've dreamed of, the future we've fought for. I lean up on my toes, brushing my lips against his in a feather-light caress. I want forever, I whisper against his mouth, with you, and only you. For a long, breathless moment, he simply stares at me, his expression unreadable. But then, like the sun breaking through the clouds, a smile spreads across his face, bright and blinding and beautiful. Forever, he echoes, his voice rough with emotion. Does that mean you forgive me? There's nothing to forgive. You're everything I never knew I wanted, and everything I need. Please, don't let me be so stupid ever again. Not stupid beautiful. Just lost. And then he's kissing me, his lips claiming mine with a desperate, searing intensity. I cling to him, pouring every ounce of my love, my longing into the kiss, letting the bond flare bright and strong between us. This is where I belong. I'm not lost anymore. I've found my place. Found the person who truly, fully understands me. whose love burns bright enough he would sacrifice himself. No, I'm lost no longer, I'm found. The gallery is a whirlwind of activity, the air buzzing with excitement and anticipation. Everywhere I look, people are clustered around my paintings, their faces alight with what looks like wonder and appreciation. It's a heady feeling, seeing my work so admired, so celebrated. But even more than the accolades, it's the solid, reassuring presence of Zane at my side that fills me with warmth and contentment. He's been my rock through all of this, my unwavering support and inspiration. I couldn't have done any of it without him. Jeremy, the gallery owner, practically vibrates with glee as he approaches us, his eyes sparkling behind his signature red-framed glasses. "Aria, darling," he exclaims, air-kissing my cheeks. "I never doubted you for a second. This exhibition is a smash hit." I grin at him, my cheeks aching from the force of my smile. "Thank you, Jeremy. That means the world to me." He waves a hand, dismissing my gratitude. No, thank you. Your work is extraordinary, Aria. Every single piece has already sold. You're the talk of the town." Beside me, Zane squeezes my hand, his pride and love pulsing through our bond like a living thing. "I never doubted her either," he says softly, his eyes never leaving my face, even when she doubted herself. I lean into him, my heart full. "Zane saved me," I tell Jeremy, my voice thick with emotion. "In more ways than one." Jeremy's gaze darts between us, a knowing smile playing about his lips. "I can see that," he murmurs. Then, clapping his hands together, he fixes me with an eager look. "Now, my dear, how soon can you create more pieces? I'd like to book you for another show in 6 months. Does that give you enough time?" I nod, already mentally sketching out ideas, possibilities. "Absolutely." I'm overflowing with inspiration these days. "Wonderful," Jeremy trills, then his eyes fall on the delicate silver pendant resting at the hollow of my throat, the one Zane made for me. And I must say, the jewelry is an inspired addition. I had no idea you were a metalsmith as well. I reach up to clasp the pendant, the metal warm from my skin. I haven't taken it off since Zane gave it to me, the intricate wolf and woman design a constant reminder of our unbreakable bond. "Actually," I say, glancing up at Zane with a smile, "Zane made this piece, and several others. He's incredibly talented." It's true, when I first saw Zane's workshop, I was amazed at the delicate, beautiful creations scattered throughout the space. Pendants, bracelets, even small sculptures, each one imbued with a sense of raw, untamed beauty. I talked him into adding a few pieces to my exhibition. It was a revelation, discovering this hidden well of creativity in my mate. But it makes sense in a way. Zane has always understood me on a soul-deep level, has always seen straight to the heart of who I am. Is it any wonder that he, too, feels the need to express himself through art? It's just one more thread in the tapestry of our connection, one more way in which we are perfectly, inexorably matched. Jeremy's eyes widen, his gaze raking over Zane with undisguised interest. I feel my mate's discomfort through the bond, a frisson of unease at being so blatantly appraised. Biting back a smile, I send a pulse of reassurance and humor to him. "Don't worry, wolf man," I tease silently. "I won't let Jeremy steal you away from me." Zane relaxes minutely, his hand tightening around mine. "As if he could," he sends back, his mental voice rich with affection. "I'm yours, remember? Now and always." My heart skips a beat. Yes, he is mine, just as I am his, two halves of a perfect whole, bound together by a love that transcends time and space. Jeremy, oblivious to our silent exchange, is already off and running, his mind whirling with possibilities. "A joint show?" he muses, tapping a finger against his chin. "Paintings and metalwork displayed side by side? It would be groundbreaking, revolutionary." I glance up at Zane, arching a brow in silent question. "What do you think? Ready to take the art world by storm with me?" He grins down at me, his eyes sparkling with mischief and adoration. "With you? I'm ready for anything." I stretch up to brush a kiss against his lips, heedless of our audience. Let them look. Let them see the love that shines between us. I am proud to be his, proud to stand at his side, now and always. Zane's arm snakes around my waist, pulling me flush against his side. The bond between us flares with a sudden, fierce possessiveness, his eyes glowing with a hint of his wolf. When we get back to the hotel, he murmurs, his breath hot against my ear. I'm going to show you just how much you belong to me. A shiver of anticipation races down my spine, my body already yearning for his touch. But beneath the desire, there is a deep, abiding sense of gratitude, of awe at the unwavering support Zane has shown me every step of this journey. When I first told him about the exhibition, about my need to travel to New York, I thought he'd be tied to Willowbrook and I'd have to come alone. But he simply chuckled, pulling me into his arms and nuzzling my hair. I can go wherever I want, beautiful. Any of us can, he murmured. Willowbrook is where I can shift and run without looking over my shoulder. But wherever you are, that's where I want to be. Willowbrook is my home, yes, but you are my heart. The words brought tears to my eyes, the depth of his love and commitment stunning me. Willowbrook is my home too, I whispered back, because it's where you are, always. Now, standing at his side in the midst of my greatest triumph, I feel that truth more keenly than ever. Zane is my rock, my anchor, the one constant in a world of chaos and change. I'm pulled back to the present by Jeremy's dramatic sigh, his hand fluttering over his heart. Aria, darling, you simply must introduce me to more of your tall, dark, and handsome friends. I'm positively swooning over here. I laugh, shaking my head at his antics. Jeremy is incorrigible, but his appreciation for beauty, in all its forms, is one of the things I love most about him. And speaking of beauty, I can't help but notice the appreciative glances Zane has been receiving all evening, from women and men alike. With his chiseled features, powerful build, and the aura of raw, untamed energy that clings to him, he is undeniably stunning. But it's the beauty within that takes my breath away. The fierce loyalty, the tender heart, the unwavering strength of spirit. That is what makes him truly irresistible. As if drawn by my thoughts, a familiar figure pushes through the crowd, his salt and pepper hair and warm brown eyes unmistakable. "Dad, you got here in time!" I exclaim, throwing my arms around him in a tight hug. He chuckles, returning the embrace with equal fervor. "I'm so proud of you, sweetheart," he murmurs, pressing a kiss to my cheek. "I always knew you had it in you." Tears prick at my eyes, the words meaning more than he can possibly know. Dad pulls back, turning to Zane with a smile. "And you must be the young man who's stolen my daughter's heart," he says, extending a hand. Zane takes it, his grip firm and sure. "Zane Matthews, sir. It's an honor to meet you." "The honor is mine, son." His eyes crinkle at the corners. "I can see how happy you make my Aria. That's all a father could ask for." I lean into Zane's side, my heart so full it feels fit to burst. When I first told my father about Zane, I was nervous. I didn't reveal that Zane was a wolf shifter. That must remain a secret, but it means I won't be moving back with my father. But Dad did what he always does best and accepted whatever I need. "If he makes you happy, baby girl," he said softly, "then that's all that matters." Now, watching the two most important men in my life shake hands, I feel a sense of rightness, of completion. This is my family, my heart, my home. And I will cherish them, protect them, with every breath in my body. The rest of the evening passes in a blur of laughter, congratulations, and endless rounds of champagne. By the time we finally make our excuses and slip away, my cheeks ache from smiling, my heart overflowing with joy and gratitude. Zane keeps me tucked close to his side as we walk with my father back to the hotel, his arm a warm, solid weight around my waist. I lean into him, breathing in his scent, letting his strength and presence soothe my exhausted mind. When we reach our room, my father pulls me into one last hug, his eyes suspiciously bright. "I'm so proud of you, Aria," he whispers fiercely. "So damn proud. Never forget that." "I won't," I promise, my own voice thick with tears. I love you, Dad. I love you too, baby girl, more than anything in this world. He turns to Zane, clasping his shoulder in a firm grip. You take care of her, you hear me? She's the most precious thing in my life. Zane nods, his expression solemn. I will, sir. I promise you I will cherish her and protect her with every breath in my body. She is the other half of my soul. Dad's smile is warm and approving. He steps back, giving us a little wave. Good night, you two. Don't stay up too late celebrating now. With a wink and a chuckle, he disappears down the hall to his own room, leaving Zane and me alone at last. The moment the door closes behind us, Zane has me in his arms, his mouth claiming mine in a kiss that steals my breath. The bond between us ignites, a feedback loop of love and desire and soul-deep connection. I am so proud of you, he murmurs against my lips, punctuating each word with a kiss. So in awe of you. You are a force of nature, a wild, untamable beauty. I melt into him, my hands fisting in his hair, holding him close. I couldn't have done it without you, I breathe, hoping he can read the love in my eyes. You are my strength, my inspiration, my everything. He growls low in his throat, the sound sending a shiver of want down my spine. Then let me show you, he rumbles, his hands already working at the fastenings of my dress. Let me worship you the way you deserve, my goddess, my mate. And he does. With hands and lips and tongue, with whispered words of love and reverence, he takes me apart piece by piece, only to put me back together again, stronger and more whole than ever before. As we move together, our bodies and souls in perfect sync, the rest of the world falls away. There is only this, only us, and the perfect rightness of our love. This is what I was searching for all those years, this sense of belonging, of home. And now that I've found it, found him, I will never let go.
The muted ring of my cell phone pierces the early morning quiet, jolting me from a deep, contented sleep. The sound is too low to wake Aria, but not too low for my sensitive hearing. Beside me, Aria stirs but doesn't wake, her face soft and peaceful in the muted light filtering through the curtains. Carefully, I ease out of bed, grabbing the phone from the nightstand and padding silently to the bathroom. Only one person would be calling this number, the secure line I keep for pack emergencies. A sense of unease prickles along my spine as I close the bathroom door behind me, the click of the latch unnaturally loud in the stillness. For Mitch to be calling now, when he knows I'm away with Aria, it must be urgent. What's up, I ask, keeping my voice low, trying to ignore the dread coiling in my gut. There's a pause on the other end, a heavy silence that only ratchets up my anxiety. Then Mitch speaks, his tone grim. I just got the coroner's report back on the feral you killed, the one who attacked Aria. I close my eyes, the memories of that day rushing back in vivid, painful detail. The terror in Aria's eyes, the sickening crunch of flesh and bone as I tore out the feral's throat. I can still taste his blood on my tongue, feel the savage triumph of ending the threat to my mate. And, I prompt, my grip tightening on the phone. Another pause, longer this time. There was a mark on the back of his head, just under the hairline, a small rune, deliberately placed to be hidden from view. My blood runs cold, a creeping horror empties my lungs. Runes are powerful, ancient symbols imbued with magic and meaning, for one to be carved into a feral's flesh. That's not all, Mitch continues, his voice dropping even lower, taking on a gravelly, serious edge that sends a shiver down my spine. I pulled the file on the feral who attacked Sarah. He had the same mark, in the same place. The world tilts around me, the implications staggering. 2 ferals, both targeting the human mates of Willowbrook wolves, both bearing the same mysterious rune. It can't be a coincidence. Someone is targeting our mates, I breathe, the words like ash on my tongue. Mitch's sigh is heavy, weary. That's what it looks like. But who? I ask, my mind racing with possibilities, each more dire than the last. And why? What could they possibly hope to gain by targeting our mates? Mitch is silent for a long moment, the weight of our shared responsibility heavy in the air. The only real threat we've faced recently is from the Ironjaw pack and Jonah Cooper, he says at last, his voice tight. I frown, turning the idea over in my mind. It's true that Jonah has been a thorn in our side, but to go so far as to target human mates? It doesn't make sense, I murmur, more to myself than to Mitch. Jonah may be a bigot, but he's not stupid. He knows how precious human mates are, how fiercely we protect them. Why would he risk open war with Willowbrook over this? Maybe he wants to kidnap them, Mitch suggests, his tone grim. Use them as leverage, or to boost his own pack's numbers. The thought makes my stomach turn, bile rising in my throat. The idea of Aria in the hands of that monster, subjected to God knows what horrors. It's enough to make my vision go red, my wolf snarling and snapping beneath my skin. We have to stop him, I grit out, my free hand clenching into a fist at my side. We have to find out what he's planning and put an end to it, before anyone else gets hurt. I'll keep digging from my end, see what I can uncover, and I'll bring in Alara to see if she can shed any light on that rune. If there's magic involved, she's our best bet at unraveling it, Mitch says. I nod even though he can't see me. If anyone can get to the bottom of anything magical, it's her. Keep me posted, I tell him, my jaw tight. And Mitch, be careful. If Jonah is behind this, he's not going to stop until he gets what he wants. We have to be vigilant for the sake of our mates. Always, Mitch vows, the word a solemn oath, I'll die before I let anything happen to Sarah or to Aria. That makes two of us, brother. We end the call, the silence of the bathroom pressing in on me from all sides. I lean heavily against the sink, my head bowed, trying to calm the maelstrom of emotions raging inside me. Fear, anger, and a fierce all-consuming need to protect what is mine. They swirl together in a dizzying whirlwind, threatening to sweep me away. But I can't let them. I can't afford to lose control, not now. Not when Aria needs me to be strong, to be the rock she can lean on in the face of this new threat she's not even aware of yet. Closing my eyes, I take a deep, steadying breath, centering myself in the bond that ties us together. Even now, with the bathroom door closed and half a hotel room between us, I can feel her. The soft, sleepy contentment of her dreams, the steady thrum of her heartbeat in time with my own. There is nothing more precious than my mate and I will do anything and everything to keep her safe. If something nefarious is going on, I won't rest until I've found it. Neither will any of the Willowbrook males in our packlands.
Thank you for joining me on this journey. If you enjoyed the story, hit subscribe so you never miss a new tale. Your support means the world. See you in the next chapter.